have heard of during COVID period. That was mainly one of the major contributions of Hyderabad to the country. Today we are in Silver Jubilee year of Genome Valley, and we are going to unveil our Telangana Rising document in the evening. And I want to tell the entire audience here that when it comes to life sciences, a number of steps have been suggested in that document, and in that entire initiative, Genome Valley has to play a very, very major role in the years to come till 2047. This success has made us think much bigger. We are seeing unprecedented interest from global giants towards Hyderabad in the field of vaccine and manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. So that strengthens our belief that next 2 decades will be of life sciences sector, where we have to move towards precision medicine and advanced manufacturing. Genome Valley houses the largest multi-tenanted lab space in the country, with around 3 million square feet of space, and very soon we are going to add 2 million square feet there. In addition to lab spaces, we have created One Bio, that is country's first common scale of manufacturing infrastructure, which will help companies establish proof of concept. And this has been done in collaboration with Thermo Fisher, which Honorable Minister inaugurated around a month before. Now our focus has shifted to mainly 3 things. One, to further create world-class infrastructure where we can help more success stories like Genome Valley. At the same time, faster regulatory clearances. So everybody must have heard about TG IPAS. So one of the important contributions of Telangana Rising initiative will be that we are going to work on TG IPAS 2.0, where we'll further fast track the clearances through the single window system. And of course, we'll keep on investing in creating an ecosystem which accelerates both innovation and manufacturing. As you all know, like other sectors, life sciences sector also is changing very rapidly. We are seeing a lot of technological interventions. Artificial intelligence, we are going to play a big role in life sciences sector. So keeping that in mind, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Revanth Reddy Garu and our Honorable Minister for Industry Shri Sridhar Babu Garu, we are going to soon launch our next generation of life sciences policy, that life sciences policy 2.0, where in addition to further broad basing the incentives, we are also going to provide the same incentives for R&D sectors and advanced manufacturing. In fact, there was a long pending demand from the industry bodies to encourage R&D sector. In the new policy which we are going to launch very soon, that has been taken care, where R&D has been given status of industry-like. Whatever incentives are there for your manufacturing part, the same will be extended to research and development. And as you know, any success story has to have good collaborations, good partnerships. So we have forged partnership with regions like Flanders in Belgium and Queensland in Australia. And we are actively soliciting more and more such kind of partnerships which add value to this success story of Genome Valley. Today's panel brings together Honorable Minister and leaders from companies that have shaped Hyderabad's life sciences growth story. And I'm sure that this deliberation and insights will help us how to improve further on Genome Valley and to work towards creating life-saving solutions for the humanity as such. So, I look forward to this enriching discussion, that how we can take this entire movement further and to take this into next phase. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks, and thank you for setting the direction for the important discussion that we are just about to begin. We are honored to invite on stage our session chair, Sri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce, onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let's welcome our Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce, Shri D. Sridhar Babu Garu, onto the dais. I would also like to invite our esteemed panelists, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava Garu, Chairman, CEO, Laurus Labs, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy, Director, Aurobindo Pharma, Dr. Anand Kumar, Managing Director, IIL, Ms. Priyanka Chigurupati, Executive Director, Granules India Limited, Dr. Srinivas Oruganti, Director, Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed and distinguished guests on stage, and now I request Dr. Srinivas Oruganti, Director, Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences, to lead the discussion.
Honorable Minister, and all the distinguished panelists in this very important roundtable, Genome Valley and Beyond, accelerating innovation in life sciences and beyond, as a part of the Telangana Rising Vision 2047 program. Sri Sanjay Kumar has already given the context of how Genome Valley is going to play a very important role in the life science ecosystem from Telangana, with creation of a strong impact for the entire world. So when we look at Telangana right now, it's at a pivotal moment, celebrating 25 years of Genome Valley, but also preparing for the next wave of innovation under this 2047 vision policy. There are a couple of facts I would like to kind of highlight once more. The life sciences ecosystem is ranked 7th in the world, a very prestigious recognition as a part which has come from the CBRE Global Life Sciences Atlas 2045. It is more than 1/3 of the global vaccines are essentially shipped from this ecosystem. 269 plus US FDA approved facilities are present in the ecosystem. Clearly, we see that the entire life science ecosystem is transitioning from a manufacturing-centric hub to an innovation-driven powerhouse. So, in this context, I think we are very close to rivaling Boston. Sir, Genome Valley is entering into the next phase of 25 years of success. What is your vision for Genome Valley and beyond as a part of Telangana's 2047 life sciences strategy?
First of all, thank you, Dr. Srinivas. And I would like to welcome to this session, all our prize partners who have traveled with our state while in the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, and for the past 10 years. We welcome with our open arms, and we would like to really share all the success of this state. Majority of the success goes by your committed and dedicated and true willingness in terms of evolving yourselves into innovation and make this Hyderabad a more viable hub for life sciences and the pharma. And in fact, I'm pleased to see Dr. Satyanarayana Chava here, Madan Mohan Reddy Garu, Anand Kumar Garu, and Ms. Priyanka Chigurupati Garu. And I see lot many, successful entrepreneurs in life sciences who are sitting off the days. I welcome you all. While Dr. Srinivas was just mentioning about, 25 years back, an idea has come. As a policymaker, we design so many policies, but ultimately it rests on the partners of this state and partners of the industry who makes it possible. When the idea has come to the policymaker then, and the idea, the vision to make this Genome Valley into one of the renowned life sciences hub for tomorrow's world. The idea has rolled into action, the vision has rolled into action, and ultimately we could able, for the past 25 years, we could able to run as a single valley in India which can promote life sciences in better way. And we are seeing the fruits of the Genome Valley over here. 25 years we just celebrated, and many people, while we are celebrating 25 years of the Genome Valley existence, and later what we could able to do, what should be our vision tomorrow. And we can't sit on it and we can't idle on it, and that's the real reason we just started our next innings of our vision. We have put One Bio, a platform for all the biopharma industries to incubate, to innovate, and to see that the incubation for the startups or the innovation which is required should be propelled and should be accelerated by the infusion of the government policies. And this is where we would love to really take up and shape our life sciences policy for next 20 to 25 years. If those people 25 years back wouldn't have thought about Genome Valley, nobody in the world should have been known about the Genome Valley. And many people would have their single existence, and as a group, as a conglomerate of industries, we wouldn't have been here. And I'm so thankful that all the partners of the industry made it possible. And time and again I keep telling, it's not about the policy which makes it possible. It's not about the ease of doing which makes us possible. It's a drive and intent of our entrepreneurs who made it possible. So, over the period of these 25 years, you are the witness, the elders on the days are the witness, the elders of the days are the witness, how the ecosystem has been built. It's not about the Genome Valley, it's about the ecosystem which has built very vibrantly, very strongly, and world all over is looking at us now. For the past 25 years, we could able to create that sort of infrastructure, one, and you could able to create that sort of a skill, and we could able to literally make world see what innovation really takes place. And that is the reason about 250 odd companies from 18 countries have their existence over here. And now if you name any big company or any emerging company, they would love to come to the city of Hyderabad and to the state of Telangana. That is the progress what Telangana could achieve over the past 25 years, and the city of Hyderabad could evolve itself. So I wish and see what we are trying to provide onto the platform, under the platform of One Bio. This is a platform where all the companies can use this platform having access to the technology and come up with innovation. That is, and I always keep telling elders over here that is high time what we would come up with $1 billion molecule. So we have a hope and we have a trust in the entrepreneurial spirit which they keep on dynamically moving. I see many entrepreneurs who have lots of expertise in this domain still have the fire in the belly. I can see somebody like Varaprasad Reddy Garu, he comes to me with a great other thinking that he wants to come up what after 25 years what this healthcare needs. So that that is the spirit of what we see, and we would like to share these experiences to our industry partners and also try to learn from them how the public policies or the policies of the government should be shaped in the next phase of 25 years, what we are calling as Telangana Rising 2047. The vision document with the vision of yours will be included in the release in the later part of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for laying out a very grand vision. And you have also, I'll come back to some of the specifics that you have mentioned. When we look into the major ecosystems, be it the Boston, Cambridge, or if you look into the Basel or the San Diego cluster, what is very evident is the life sciences ecosystem in Telangana is perhaps the topmost in terms of catering to affordable healthcare. So I think that is something which is a very significant aspect, and we will be focusing a bit more on the volume and as well as the affordability aspects of how the state would spin out these technologies. So just a quick follow-up question. You have also been championing through your leadership, creating a holistic ecosystem in terms of having the best in IT infrastructure. There's a lot happening on the IT sector. There is a lot happening on the educational sector. And you have put in all the elements that are essential ingredients for creating a very vibrant ecosystem. In this context, specifically coming to the topic of the life sciences, the next generation areas, just wanted to request your thoughts. How is Telangana positioning in the frontier areas like cell and gene therapy, synthetic biology and fermentation, AI-driven drug discovery, as well as digital health?
Our focus is very clear. By 2047, we have to grow. The life sciences sector should lead the globe. At least we have to be in that 5 areas of growth. And what we see is we want to lead the next wave of the life sciences innovation. And we are all you people are here not just to participate, and you are the leaders, you just want to lead. Around the world, right now what we are seeing is the world is being reshaped by the new technologies, the new therapies, and especially the digital transformation. How best we can position ourselves, preparing for this future with lots of care, scale and intent. That's the real reason I was mentioning about One Bio, wherein the company can access to the biomanufacturing infrastructure, one. We are also investing in lots of talent creation and promoting high quality research. Through the upcoming, first is we are coming up with a life sciences policy and pooling the talent through the life sciences school. This is first ever in India, and elders of this sector, the life sciences sector, have suggested, and we are working on it by January 2nd week to show and to reflect to all the world how we are shaping the skill. We are planning to unveil our life sciences policy in the WEF, in the Davos. And, world-class institutions should be there. Our line of objective is, we have ISB here, We have IIT here, and why can't we have this sort of a school of the life sciences over here, which have the world-class quality? And we would, through this, positioning ourselves in terms of providing the skill, providing the infrastructure through One Bio, or giving the utmost importance to the next generation students in terms of providing and instituting a life sciences university, a school. The basic objective of this school is to have the courses, the people who are interested in the life sciences, and at the same time, the company professionals or the executives who need reskilling and upskilling. And this life sciences school shall be useful for them. And the innovation really takes place at their level. This is what we are trying to do. And point two said is, while we are trying to project this, the elders on the dais, because their input is more important. How to translate our policy, our vision into action is into their hands. We are there only to facilitate, to give impetus to their thoughts. So this is our vision to make our Telangana to lead the next wave in terms of the life sciences innovation.
Thank you, sir. I think you have kind of mentioned about the talent pool creation, which is going to continuously contribute as we embark on this strong journey of innovation, and at the same time continuously evolve the different paradigms. So let me then shift to, I think we are looking at three focus areas which would help strategically plan the entire vision for 2047 and upping the innovation to the next level. The first would be on the volume to value, because it's often believed that India is third in terms of pharmaceuticals, in terms of volume, but we are somewhere around the 13th or the 14th in terms of value. And it is believed that a significant contribution to value would come from these complex products, sterile injectables, and then we are looking into the new therapies. So there is clearly a wave that we witness in terms of strategic positioning into the complex areas. So with a focus on volume to value, let me first request Dr. Satyanarayan Shava. So India's API competitiveness, in fact we have mentioned this in some of the meetings earlier that I have personally heard, is shifting from a cost advantage to an innovation advantage. What are the capabilities that the Genome Valley and ecosystem should build to support specialty APIs, fermentation-driven products, and also complex biologics? And we know that Laurus has been making a foray into some of this very complex product development. I would love to hear some of your thoughts on this.
In the current industry environment, there is a significant need to invest in innovation and also manufacturing. India needs both. We are not a service-based economy, not yet. So we need manufacturing. To get the competitive advantage, we need to overlap innovation and manufacturing. The bigger the overlap, the bigger the success. To do that, we have to create some centers of excellence. For example, which you are heading, Center of Excellence for Flow Chemistry. India has to demonstrate its capabilities. And India has done significant contribution to many areas. For example, as everybody is aware, Hyderabad is a capital of vaccines. So, Hyderabad-based companies also supply 75% of the world HIV drugs. So that is also a big contribution made. They also made the HIV treatment more affordable. In 2010, HIV treatment used to cost $350 per year per patient. Today, you can remove 1 zero. So it is not even $35 per year per treatment for an HIV patient in the emerging world. Actually, it is $30. That means It is one bottle of treatment per month costs $2.5. That is less than a cup of Starbucks coffee. So that is the kind of innovation done by the companies based out of Hyderabad. They couple scale and knowledge together. That is one good example. And second example is the Indian industry is fortunately in the earlier days was dominated by chemistry. But the understanding of biology is so much right now, I think people are focusing more onto biology. If you look at the nature is more powerful than all of us. So the way you understand biology can define the future of healthcare industry in my opinion. Enzymes, fermentation, cell therapy, gene therapy, drug conjugates, all these will define the emergence of especially Hyderabad in this. See, India is known as a reverse engineering pharmaceutical industry. China is also did that, but China is not a fast follower. They became a fast innovators now. So 1/3 of the drugs discovered in the global scenario comes from China. So we have to see how quickly we can become from fast followers to fast innovators. That means we have to invest in basic education also. See, in the Western world, a lot of basic research, science is nurtured in the universities. It is lacking here. My request to Minister is invest very heavily into universities. Universities will create the future of the country. As you mentioned very appropriately, creating a university for life sciences, healthcare industry is one good step towards that. As a company, we also invested in cell culture. We invested in startups. So the culture of investing in startup is also increasing. In the last year, I heard there were 2,000 startups in biology. So that is an indication the number of companies will come up, number of new molecules will come up. As Minister is requesting in his every meeting, when India will become, Hyderabad will create $1 billion new drug. I think, in my opinion, it is not going to happen in small molecules. It is going to happen in a large molecules. I think that is the kind of talent Genome Valley is also creating. And Genome Valley is celebrating 25th year this year. In the 25 years, Genome Valley has grown 25 times, I can tell you very clearly. So we celebrate, we were in Genome Valley for the last 20 years, and the growth we have seen in Genome Valley is remarkable. That was because of the good governments and also good governance and also the availability of talent within this region attracted so many people. As Minister said, we have 30,000 scientists in Genome Valley. You name any company in India, they have a R&D there. You name most of the global companies have also presence there. So, in my opinion, the new modalities like flow chemistry, biocatalysis, fermentation, cell and gene therapy, India can put, and Hyderabad especially, can take lead in these modalities. Instead of following, we can have the ability to lead. That means if you have to lead, you have to choose the recent advances in science. We can't take the very old chemistry and try to do that. So if companies focus on cell therapy, gene therapy, drug conjugates, biology, flow chemistry, I'm sure Hyderabad companies and companies based out of Genome Valley can lead the space.
Truly, I think creating strategic leadership and impact, Laura's involvement in trying to bring together CAR-T at a both accessible and affordable via ImmunoAct. And these are something which is kind of inspiring, not just for Telangana, but for the entire country as well. Let me shift to Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy and continuing the discussion on volume to value transition. While retaining the dominance on volumes, I think it's very important to create high impact innovation at scale. Aurobindo has made strong moves in injectables, biosimilars and specialty products. What strategic advantages does Telangana offer for scaling these value-oriented verticals?
Over the past few years, Aurobindo invested in substantial investment in injectables, biosimilars, peptides, hormones, and some complex molecules. These are all required lot of money to invest on these products. So where we required is the strong ecosystem. Without that, I don't think we can achieve the results. Telangana provides exactly that. If you take three areas of importance for this ecosystem, is one of that is that infrastructure. The infrastructure is exceptional in Telangana. Genome Valley, Medical Device Park, existing mega parks, future more number of industrial parks like Genome Valley will give entire value chain from discovery to process development, process optimization, commercial, and then in the large scale way it can help. These are all can happen only when there is a good environment in the ecosystem, especially like the utilities, especially what you can call it as an power. Quality power must be there for the industry, and the land availability, and then skilled manpower. All these things, it will help to industry to go for this type of development. The second important concern is the talent pool. Talent pool in Telangana is unmatchable in India. The institutes like DRILS, CCMB, IACT, NIPER, and there are pharmacy colleges, biotech schools. These are all continuously generating lot of professionals in the line of this regulatory, this analytical experts, then microbiologists. This is that what these institutes are doing to help this ecosystem make sure that we are all successful. The third point is government partnership. It has been a real differentiate. This environment approvals, the product approvals, these are all will go for that quickly can scale up and go into the commercial. These are also help. These are the three areas where I feel there is a lot of the dependency on this particular Telangana on this subject.
Thank you, Dr. Revanth Reddy. If we were to look at specific areas from the context of 2047, which one do you think would require a greater priority, and also we need to improve the ecosystem? Long-acting injectables, peptide therapeutics, or in general the complex generics?
Before that, actually here today, if you want to sustain this, especially today regulations, I think everyone might be seeing, day by day the expectations are going up like anything. Thanks to technology and then regulators, the way they are working on this, their expectations are becoming very, very stringent. If you want to meet those expectations, especially I feel there are 4 areas where we should be able to concentrate. One is Center of Excellence for Quality Systems. For this we need facilities to provide GMP experiences and stimulation for aseptic behaviors and media fields, smoke studies. These are all required some type of stimulation studies for the students before joining with the industry. It will help industry to meet those requirements, whatever that regulators are expecting. Probably this will help us to quickly can apply at the shop floor. The other one is that collaboration with the regulatory science platform where we need to have, government has to create a hub for this type of meetings, academic and industry and regulators all together to make sure that to have workshops, mock audits, mock inspections, scientific advice forms and ICH harmonized training programs must happen. That is where at least we can have strengthened this, particularly on this expectation of the regulators. The third point is rightly said by Sridhar Babu garu about digital quality transformation is very important for the industry. Quickly we need to go into EBMRs, MIS and LIMS and whatever is possible in the industry, try to convert into a digital where we can minimize the risk. At least we can have a better compliance, and also the partners who is going to work with us, they will be happy with this type of systems where we have. It is going to be an advantage for the industry to move forward. The fourth one is that, what is that workforce development? Even though there are people are working at the shop floors, always we need to continuously, we need to work towards that improvement of their skill. We should be able to have a lot of regulatory meetings, training programs. This is that what industry has to spend a lot of money on this to make sure that on the compliance part.
Thank you for your valuable insight. I think these are very important areas to consider as we kind of strengthen the ecosystem creation. Let me quickly have your views. Granules is synonymous to, first in line defense kind of in the healthcare. You have produced a lot of high volume products, and we now see that you are transitioning into more complex products. I mean, you have shown leadership in integrated, the end-to-end kind of a pharma business. There are some news that you are also going to step into peptides and peptide CDMO. We'd like to have your views. Is this a conscious transition from volume-based to high-value and niche areas?
Hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Srinivas garu, and good morning to everybody on the panel and Sridhar Reddy Babu garu. First of all, I just like to say that I resonate with everything Satyanarayana garu and Madan Mohan Reddy garu said about innovation and moving from high volume to high value. But from my perspective, one thing that I definitely want to emphasize is how much ever high value products you get into, I think it's very important for companies to focus on the basic essentials. And value can be defined in very many ways. Even a simple product that a patient needs on a day-to-day basis, if made in a very different way, can be, in a very innovative way, can be made very cost efficient. And that in itself can create a lot of tangible and intangible value for a country like India and for a state like Telangana. Today, even though Telangana and India were known for high volume products and now moving to high value innovative products, the basics of those products, the KSMs, the APIs, etc., a lot of them are still imported from China. And that is something I personally think we should focus on in a very different way. I'm not saying just cost, but make them in a sustainable manner. So in my opinion, while we and even Granules focuses on more value-added products and also on more innovation-led products, our innovation and our request to the government is to support companies like us in a way where, say, green technologies, say continuous improvement processes, energy-saving route processes are all provided grants for, provided subsidies for, or encouraged. And I think that would provide some sort of a strategic national infrastructure that Telangana should be proud of. And doing that will put us ahead of many other countries in the world.
Thank you. I think you kind of alluded to what would also follow, to have a quick view on building the greener and more sustainable ecosystem for the infrastructure. Dr. Anand Kumar, your perspective would be very important because we are a volume-driven vaccine player, but there appear to be important areas like vector-based vaccines, mRNA-based platforms, and also looking at recombinant subunit constructs. How is ILL, Indian Immunologicals, navigating through this transition to more complex areas, and how do you think the ecosystem can gear up to support a kind of a leadership position again in this high technology, high intensive areas?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for this question. We are very fortunate to be living in a developing country like India, where whether it be an animal vaccine or a human vaccine, majority of the procurement is done by the government. So this value should not be purely considered in monetary terms. It should be based on the impact that a product creates. So in India, because government procures majority of the vaccines and provides free to our citizens, still it will be affordability will be a very, very important parameter. And in terms of how the vaccine world has changed post-COVID, I mean, if you see the number of pharmaceutical companies in Hyderabad or probably in India, there are several thousands. But if you see the number of vaccine companies in India who are seriously into business, there are only 8 companies in India. And 2 main reasons why this is so is vaccine requires a lot of capital investment, and also the regulatory procedures for approval are also very, very long. So to sustain this, it requires a lot of investment also and also a lot of patience. Now, having said that, a lot of changes are happening, especially COVID gave an opportunity for many, many technologies which were just developed at the university levels but were always kept on the shelves. But COVID gave a great opportunity to bring them all, especially vaccines which used mRNA and also the adenoviral vector vaccines. See, we as an organization, I mean, we have been in Hyderabad since 1982. As a company which has made both animal and human vaccines, we are the single largest contributor to India achieving self-sufficiency in the field of vaccines. Now, what would be the future like? Now, with newer technologies and also newer mechanisms of delivery, this game is going to change. One is, there is a lot of emphasis on mRNA vaccines, which got introduced as a part of the COVID, which gives you tremendous speed to develop. And it also doesn't require huge capital investment. And so what this would do is it would allow many players to come into this space. And currently the mRNA vaccines are prohibitively expensive because of the technology at the present state. But as months and years come by, I'm sure, because there are now self-amplifying mRNA, which the dose required is 1/10 of what is required at the present moment. So that will significantly reduce the cost. And also now artificial intelligence is being used in vaccines in a big way. For example, artificial intelligence is used to select a vaccine antigen within a virus or bacteria which can give you a longer duration of immunity. See, duration of immunity, especially given our population of 1.4 billion, it's not feasible or practical to bring people into the clinics for vaccination very often. So the vaccines developed for the future should be something where you administer once and the frequency should be very, very minimal. So that is another area which currently companies, including ours, are working on using AI to detect and select antigens which can give a longer duration of immunity. Then third thing is, even for a particular virus, several regions have different strains and serotypes. So it's a supply chain nightmare to make country-specific vaccines for a particular virus. So now attempts are being made where we can create a vaccine with a broader, like a broad spectrum antibiotic, also a broader vaccine which can cover many, many strains which are prevalent in other geographies. Fourth one is, there's a new area. I mean, every time we know about a vaccine, we always think about it as an injectable. But then now many, many oral and intranasal vaccines also are being developed because this offers ease of administration, and also for our kind of population, it's very easy to administer many thousands in one go. So we actually, during the COVID time, along with Griffith University, developed intranasal vaccine for COVID-19, which was very successful. But because it was a live attenuated vaccine, it had to go through a long regulatory grind, and that's why we couldn't make it available at that time. Another thing is delivery. Now, vaccines we always think as an injectable. Now there are many technologies which are being developed in the form of patches. So especially for children, you need, the needle is a very painful thing, and also the needle uses a lot of plastic. So now microarray patches are all being developed, which help in delivery. So we also are developing patches for our measles rubella vaccine. Also we are trying out for the hepatitis B vaccine. Another thing is about thermostability. Maintaining a cold chain, also supplying vaccines through the cold chain is a very, very expensive affair. So quite a lot of effort is also going on trying to make vaccines which are much more thermostable. So these are all areas which we are developing, and of course in India or in any developing country, while you address the science part, always you should make in mind that it has to be accessible and also affordable. And we have been here in Hyderabad, our first manufacturing plant started in 1982 in Gachibowli. And later we also have 2 plants now in the Genome Valley Biotech Park. The first one started in 2012. And now we are establishing another plant spending about 700 crores, which will be mainly for animal vaccines, both for India and also for outside.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Kumar. Just wanted to kind of transition into, there is another big expectation in terms of sustainability, digital integration, because all these are becoming expectations from the global regulatory agencies. On one side, we are navigating foray into complex products and complex biotechnology. In the context of Indian immunologicals, how are you kind of transitioning the manufacturing into a more sustainable manufacturing? Your quick views on that would be very helpful.
So we are a very socially conscious organization. We have tried to balance as much as possible between profits and social good. We have caught on to this One Health concept many decades ago. Today One Health is being widely talked about, but IL has been doing this One Health because we are making both animal and human vaccines, and we significantly contribute to the health of both. The third element in all this is the environment. See, any manufacturing activity will cause some amount of harm to the environment that we live in. So it's all about how do we minimize that so that we leave this planet in a state where our future generation can live, in a very, very happy manner. So we at IL have undertaken many initiatives which will reduce our dependence on fossil fuel. For example, earlier days we used to use high-speed diesel for all our generators and boilers, but now significantly for our boilers we switched over to natural gases and LPG or CNG. Similarly, we have solar installations wherever possible. And all our manufacturing plants are zero liquid discharge. That means we don't leave anything into the open. So we recycle and reuse nearly 30 to 35% of the water in our manufacturing plants in such a manner that our consumption also is significantly reduced, because you have to be very, very cautious about the power and water utilization. Plus, we have automated a lot of our manufacturing in such a manner that we can make more and more by using very less resources. So automation did give about 20 to 25% increase in yield. So thereby we are able to use very little resources. And also, like any other organization which is very, very active in the space of quality, all the systems that we implement ensures that all the waste is reduced to a significant level. So many, many objectives of this nature, and also as a part of our CSR activities, we significantly contribute in the space of providing biogas units to many, many households. So there also we address the environment aspects this way.
Thank you, Dr. Anand Kumar. In the remaining few minutes, maybe I'll try to request a quick view of Dr. Satyanarayana Chava. I know Laurus has always been a leader in absorbing new technologies, both at R&D to manufacturing. What kind of your thoughts on how we can, the ecosystem can support a transition into greener manufacturing, and also your thoughts on what policy would be kind of enabling this transition in a very effective way. Because at the end of the day, we'll have to balance sustainability and affordability together.
See, in my opinion, to become competitive in the small molecule manufacturing, I always feel use of flow chemistry, continuous manufacturing, and use of biocatalysis in the small molecule manufacturing will put the country in the forefront. See, if you look at everybody talks about sustainability. If you have to become a sustainable company and put a sustainable product, it has to be cheaper. It has to be cleaner. It has to be greener. It has to be safer. That means you have to make your processes cleaner, greener and safer and also cheaper. If you say, I am a sustainable company, sustainable product, but pay me 20% more, nobody is going to pay. So, for you to become competitive, you have to embrace all these technologies, use biology wherever is feasible, use continuous manufacturing wherever is feasible. I think if you use these technologies, I think country will make good progress.
Moving on to Ms. Chigurupati. There is this transition of manufacturing to sustainability, and there is a lot about science-based targets initiative and looking into the carbon footprint, circularity. We know that Granules is making strategic moves in terms of, complying with these expectations. Can you please maybe highlight for all of us what is Granules doing and why?
And why? I think Dr. Tava just answered that. It's the need of the hour. But I think Granules has been one of the first companies that has declared its SBTi targets for net zero by 2050, which is very much in line with even Telangana's targets and the country's targets, and 42% reduction by 2030. Of carbon emissions. The second thing that we have done is we have also committed to a progressive shift to 100% renewable energy by 2032. We've also adopted a lot of green chemistry and, like Dr. Chava said, continuous processing, etc., into the most basic products and even the future value-added products that we are embarking upon right now. And on the G side of things, Pharma Pathashala is one thing that we have really taken upon ourselves, and it's actually something that Chairman, it's very close to Chairman's heart, that will actually enable skill development to do all these things going forward. So in Pharma Pathashala, we essentially hire rural children from rural areas, 16 to 17-year-old boys and girls. We educate them, we teach them industry-specific skills, then we give them employment in our company for 3 years and a diploma while all their costs are taken care of. So I think all these put together are a part of sustainability targets, ESG ratings, as you can imagine. And Granules has been amongst, we just got an EcoVadis rating about 6 months back, where we're in the 95th percentile and we have a gold rating, which only the top 5% of companies in the world have. So this is one area of focus that we have as a company. And I think it's very important for every company to adopt this.
I think you have made a very important point, because when we look into the adherence to Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions, we're also trying to look at creation of an entire ecosystem and backward integration so that this becomes a preferred destination hub for all the global players. So a quick view, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy, on how Aurobindo is really taking this transition forward and the leadership from, especially when we look at energy compliance and looking at the adoption of the greener practices. You have obviously taken by the entire fermentation game into the next level. Some insights along this context.
By 2047, sustainability will be the regulatory requirement, not a choice. All industry thinking to not only, there are two ways industry always work on that. One is for the benefit of the industry, other is that for the nature of that, whatever that sustainability requirement. As per Aurobindo concern, last couple of years, we are spending lot of time and energy on certain parameters where we are going, majority of the products we are working on the enzymatic routes, and we are also working especially the manufacturing. We are working on the continuous manufacturing so that we can minimize that wastages. Like I can give the example of that one of the product, like 6-APA. That is penicillin G to 6-APA is the one process. Before we used to do is a chemical reaction. Now, it is an enzymatic reaction where water is the only one requirement. There is no any chemical involved in this. Enzyme and then water is the requirement. So, today what Dr. Satyanarayana said rightly, China, they are all working on this purely, every product they are working towards that enzymatic routes. The reason is we can minimize this, all these solvents, all these chemicals. So every company is working in the direction. And also on the energy part, if you go and then see today, we are all working towards this solar systems where we are spending a lot of money on this, especially power is the second highest cost in our manufacturing after this raw materials. The utility cost is the highest cost in our manufacturing. Next is the manpower cost is the major. These three, effectively if you work, I think any industry will go in a very profitable way, you can see. Today, all organizations, they are constantly working on the AI technologies and then all automations, especially in the manufacturing area. So each and every portion we are making, it is not like that our objective is reducing manpower. How qualitatively you can deliver the product is the catch. If you don't have this, I don't think we can win this, and then we will be there in this, especially in the pharmaceutical business.
Thank you, Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy. I think we have got some really important insights, and if I look back into the Genome Valley, it's about having the right DNA and having the right building blocks which will code for the right RNA and eventually the protein. Before we conclude, we have also got some very important aspects of what would be the desirable policy-based recommendations and infrastructure creation. Sir, I would like to request, before we conclude, what message would you like to give to the global innovators as well as investors to consider Telangana as a long-term life sciences destination?
Yes, thanks for all the input given by the industry leaders over here. And in fact, all the global leaders and the leaders from India who are all here. And everybody knows over a period of time, Hyderabad and the state of Telangana has become the vaccine capital. I can't say thanks to COVID, but it is exhibited. When world required us, you all people were there, and Telangana proved its mettle. Thanks to everybody over here. And secondly, over the past 2 years, when we set the process of our governance, and our Chief Minister and our government, has reflected to the industry partners that all the policy initiatives by the earlier governments will be forwarded or pushed forward. And over the past 30 years, if you have seen, the industry ecosystem over here has proven that even though different ideological, political leaders exist on governance, our perspective, our focus will be to develop the industry and to see that the fruits of this industry will be shared among our people. And that's how, these 2 years too, we were very keen to enhance the policy initiatives, which shall be globally competitive, and we will rise to the global standards of our policy making. And this is how, the great excellent team what we have in the government, we could able to really get about 63,000 crores in just 2 years as investment from different global partners. And thanks to all the industry partners who have trust in us, who have accepted the leadership over here, and who would like to take the advantage of the ecosystem which is available over here. And everybody knows this, Hyderabad and this state of Telangana is home to 8 of the world's 10 pharma companies and about 2,000 life sciences firms. I wish to tell you that the firms all put together value about $100 billion over here. So my message to the prospective investor over here, whatever the great leaders on the days or off the days who you interact over a period of this day will reflect what is the great ecosystem available over here, what is the potential available over here, and what the nuances of the government is taking. And secondly, to mention, to reacting to the industry leaders here on the days, when Satyagaru was mentioning about universities. So we are specifically trying to focus on the areas of the domain expertise universities and also the general universities, the common universities. And we have come up to all the people over here, the new initiative which our government has taken is to come up with a Young India Skills University to impart skills, only specifically to skills which are required by the industry. When we found that there is a gap between academia and the industry, so the gap has to be filled. How do we fill it? The classic example is when we have come up with the life sciences university, the skills university, and I would like to mention, it is totally industry driven. The industry captain, like Anand Mahindra, is the chairman. Government as such only facilitates the running and the governance of the university. And many industry partners, the captains have come to share the burden of teaching and training the students who come over there. And in terms of the life sciences and the pharma, I would like to mention when we have floated this initially, the first taker was Mr. Satish Reddy of Reddy Pharma, Reddy Labs. 2 batches have come out, and those people who are skilled, only specifics to the life sciences, they have been attracted mostly by the Dr. Reddy Labs, which is a win-win situation for them because they will be ready on the job, ready for the job on the day one. Likewise, we have sectoral training in this life sciences university, in this skill university. So when, our director was mentioning about to float a life sciences specific domain expertise university, we jumped into the idea, and skilling as such is a most important criteria for us, for our government too. And that's how we have come up with the life sciences university. So I wish to mention before all the global investors over here that please come and join us to build the world-class life sciences system. Telangana is a place where you should be there. With, all the people were just telling that we have the world-class infrastructure. And I'm not, selfish to say we have very, very proactive policy environment over here. And thanks to all young students and young employees who have the high quality talent here. And the spirit of the deep scientific capability is here in Hyderabad. And strong regulatory equipment is placed in Hyderabad. So these are all important aspects. When you come and partner with us, we will try to provide you all with us. We always see the global companies as a partner would be shaping their future and also the shaping our state future. You know, we would love to come see not just as an investors. Please come and share our journey. Share the dream what we have for 2047 and the vision of 2047 that looks ahead. We will definitely share the vision what we have interacted with the industry leaders, and we are coming up with a policy perspective. Sir, while taking the account of all the elders on the days who have been specifically mentioning about few things, when they've been mentioning about the frontier biology, about the flow chemistry or the biologics, or the gene therapy or synthetic biology. You know, we are working absolutely, whatever the input what they have given is absolutely necessary to build that sort of a systems. Almost all the systems are in place. We will try to enhance and value add for it. And when Madan Mohan Reddy was mentioning about the quality power, we know that the power is most important raw material for the pharma and the life sciences industry. And that is the reason after such a long time, if you have seen, we have come up with a new energy policy. This new energy policy will help industries to grow, will help industries to have access for the open access or to build their own systems of the energy building. We are also keenly stressing our point in building the green energy systems, and that's how the new energy policy is focusing on PSPs. Our new energy policy is focusing on the solar power, and new energy policies are mentioning about the power banking too. So these are the few key advantages what you have been mentioning about, sir, you are mentioning about the regulatory framework, how it should be. The regulatory framework as such, in all the 5 clusters, because I have been to Basel also. I've been trying to know the systems over there in the Basel too. The regulatory framework over there is too stringent because it is concerned about healthcare. As everybody is very conscious, all the industry leaders are also very conscious about the healthcare. So, in terms, what Mr. Madan Mohan Reddy are mentioning is to have a constant interaction between the industry and also with the regulatory framework holders and also with the policymakers. So, we would like to come up with an idea of having a regulatory flow auditors meeting with industry along with our policy makers, including me and my team. Every 6 months we will love to have that. This is the new initiative right now we are mentioning from here. And in terms of quality power or the land availability or the talent power, I always take pride in my talent pool and all. What Priyaji was mentioning about the green technologies, we are here for it. And what Anand Kumar was mentioning about the affordability, how you create, we take the conscious of it. Ultimately, I would like to tell to all the global investors over here and the partners who have sailed with us for over the past 30 to 40 years. Our mention is from pharma pillar. We have to grow as India's pharma's engine, where we'll become the world's advanced sustainable manufacturing here. That is our future vision. And in terms of medtech, where the convergence of our pharma with the technology, because we are technology driven state, we would love to see that the domain expertise like the med field, the bio field converges with the tech and becomes from the vaccine leadership to the global epicenter for frontier technology centers in biologics and the therapy. And third thing what we are mentioning, Anandji, is the medtech pillar, where we would like to focus from India's integrated medtech hub into a global hub for intelligent device and the procreation center. We would like to come up as a pillar for that, and absolutely what the need of our is the innovation center. We would like to powerhouse this Hyderabad as a global innovation center for tomorrow, from hosting the world's top 10 pharma and also the major vaccine companies, and becoming the global command circle of innovation. This is our vision in 2047, the vision document which will be released by our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy. And with this hope, I could able to convince most of the global players to come and part and be parcel of our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a truly inspiring sharing your vision for a very strategic and all the moves. And it was really a privilege to listen to some very important inputs that would become essential elements as we progress from today to 2047 in realizing the vision. On that note, I think it was a privilege to be part of the panel, and I thank all the panelists, esteemed members, and Honorable Minister for their valuable time.
Thank you so much, Minister Garu. Thank you, Dr. Srinivas Garu, and all our panelists for such a thoughtful and a forward-looking discussion. Before we conclude, I request Honorable Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists. We'll start with Dr. Chava, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, Chairman, CEO, Laurus Labs. I request Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, Chairman, CEO, Laurus Labs. Dr. Madan Mohan Reddy, Director, Aurobindo Pharma. Dr. Anand Kumar, Managing Director, IIL. Ms. Priyanka Chigurupati, Executive Director, Granules India Limited. Dr. Srinivas Oruganti, our moderator for this panel. Director, Dr. Reddy's Institute of Life Sciences. And now I request all of you to please step forward for a group photograph. And I request Sri Sanjay Kumar Garu and Sri Shakti Nagappa Garu, Director for Life Sciences and Pharma, Government of Telangana, to please join us on stage for a picture. Sri Sanjay Kumar Garu and Sri Shakti Nagappa Garu. Once again, thanking our panelists for joining us on stage for such a thoughtful discussion. On behalf of the organizers and everyone present here, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your time, knowledge and your commitment to shaping Telangana's life sciences vision for 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to move on to our next session of our panel discussion, and that's investing in inclusion, prospects in affordable housing. In just few minutes, we are about to begin the next panel discussion that is set for the day. By 9 chairs chahiye. 9. I request, I can see many of you all standing back there. So I request all of you to please take your seats, make yourself comfortable and engage yourself in such a wonderful discussions that's happening here since morning. Moving on to the next panel discussion, which carries the theme, investing in inclusion prospects in affordable housing. Our next session explores an issue at the heart of equitable development, affordable housing. As Telangana grows, the question becomes, how do we build spaces that are not only accessible and climate resilient, but also reflect dignity and community? We begin with our distinguished speakers who bring in their deep experience across sustainability, environmental planning and social infrastructure.
Depth. So may I request Ms. Kranti to present the mementos. These are also a special mementos the Cheriala artwork and the Pochampalli shawls. Please put your hands together for all the speakers for giving us the insight on the heritage, creativity and the sustainable planning coming together to shape the vibrant destinations. Thank you so much to Jupalli Krishnarao Garu and also Srimati Surekha Garu. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next session will start immediately. The shawls are having the geographical indicators with them that shows that they've been directly from the
I'd request Mr. Gautam Garu, Special Secretary Housing, to please join us on the dais. And now let me welcome our distinguished panelists who are here to join us in the summit in the panel discussion this morning. We'll start with Mr. Vasudevan Suresh Garu, former CMD, HUDCO. Mr. Vasudevan has served in HUDCO in various capacities for 23 plus years and has become the CMD of the HUDCO, during which HUDCO registered all-round growth in housing, infrastructure development and finances with techno-financial assistance and many others, retail finances as well. Let's welcome Mr. Vasudevan Suresh Garu on stage. May we have on stage Mr. Abhijit Shankar Ray, Senior Urban Specialist, World Bank. Mr. Abhijit Shankar Ray is a Senior Urban Development Specialist based out of World Bank's office in New Delhi, bringing 20 years of experience of working in the urban sector in and Southeast Asia. Very warm welcome to you, sir. May we also have on stage Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dean and Professor of SPA, Delhi. Professor Dr. P.S.N. Rao is a very well-known urban planning, housing and real estate expert of India with 38 years of experience. Welcome, sir. May we also have on stage Mr. G. Rami Reddy Garu, President-elect CREDAI National. Mr. Rami Reddy Garu is an entrepreneur, philanthropist and current CMD of ARK Group. As a leader in his organization, the industry and community, he stands tall with an illustrious career of 34 plus years. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Nanda Kishore Garu, MD, Ramke Estates and Farms Limited. A very warm welcome to Mr. Nanda Kishore Garu, MD, Ramke Estates and Farms Limited. May we also invite Mr. Ajitesh Garu, founder of ASBL. Mr. Ajitesh Korupolu, founder of ASBL. And now may I invite the moderator of this panel discussion this morning, Mr. Preetham Mehra, Senior Executive Director and Head, Government Practice CBRE, India. Let me welcome Mr. Preetham Mehra, who is going to moderate this panel discussion this morning. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to everybody in the hall. It is my pleasure and privilege to have such a distinguished panel along with the Honorable Minister for the Housing Department for the state of Telangana. So thank you so much for taking the time and being with us. It's also a pleasure to have Mr. Gautam, Special Secretary Housing, Government of Telangana on the dais with us. And of course, you already heard the profile of the panel speakers on stage. It has been a pleasure for us to have all of them here. A lot of them have flown down to Hyderabad to attend this specific event and to be part of this distinguished panel. Before we start the panel discussion, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister to share a few words and his vision for the Housing Department for the state of Telangana.
Good afternoon to all. It is a great privilege to address this important session on affordable housing policy for urban future, Telangana Model 2047. As part of the Telangana Raising 2047 Global Summit, today's discussion is the Art of Telangana Vision 2047 as prosperous, inclusive and human society where every family, regardless of income or background, has a safe, secure and dignified home. Historically, Telangana has always contributed for provision of housing towards all sections in the state. With our government constructing over 42 lakhs houses under old Indiramma scheme and now another 3.5 lakhs houses in progress under new Indiramma Illu scheme. Housing Board and Rajiv Swagraha have also contributed to over 1 lakh middle income houses. However, there is a huge gap between demand and supply. So, time has come to move beyond individual schemes and to formulate a comprehensive affordable housing policy that can guide our action till 2047. We are therefore working towards a Telangana Model 2047 where we aim to have a affordable housing policy with specific focus on needs in urban areas that will be balanced, financially visible, viable, socially inclusive, environmental responsible, technology driven, etc. The Telangana Affordable Housing Policy will be in line with the Telangana Raising 2047 vision with focuses on three major areas. Telangana core urban region focusing on some slums redevelopment, brownfield redevelopment, mixed housing, rental housing. In the peri-urban region, focusing on satellite, greenfield townships, integrated housing colonies with walk-to-work housing with strong consistency. In rest of the state region, focusing on development of small and medium townships, rental and worker housing, integrated with the industrial parks, logistic hubs and emerging economic corridors. Our esteemed panel will help us answer three very questions in this regard. What must the government of Telangana do differently? What can financial institutions to do increase affordable housing finances? What commitment can private sector make to for promoting affordable housing? Friends, we are committed to tackling the outcomes of the discussions behind this room into policy notifications, operational guidelines, model projects and budgetary decisions. Telangana has the vision, the institutional base and the economic strength to become a national and global example of inclusive urbanization. With your ideas and partnership, I am confident that the Telangana model of affordable housing 2047 will not only serve our state, but also offer learning and inspiration for affordable housing development. On that note, I once again welcome all of you to this session. Thank you for your presence and look forward to a rich and efficient decisions. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Please.
Honorable Minister, sir, thank you so very much for your kind and encouraging words. We all are excited about the prospects for housing in the state, and with your leadership, we are very confident that Telangana will reach newer heights, particularly in the affordable housing segment. Thank you so much once again, sir. With this, we'll start the panel discussion, and as you are already aware, the panel consists of members from various facets of the housing sector. We are privileged to have the Dean of the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, which is the premier most institute in India for housing and development. Dr. Rao, if I could direct the first question to you, sir. What are the opportunities and market gaps with regard to housing for all? This has been a topic which has been going on for many, many years. What do you think are the market opportunities and gaps and at an India level and more specifically at the Telangana level, sir?
Certainly. I think this is a very topical...
Sir, the mic can be a little closer to you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister, with your kind permission. I think this is a very, very important and topical subject that has been chosen for discussion today. Housing, as we all know, has a lot of forward and backward linkages. So any investments that are made in the housing sector actually lead to greater economic opportunities in as many as about 230 or 240 odd industries, both forward linkages and backward linkages. So investments in housing would mean investments in a wide variety of other areas where there's a lot of employment opportunities that are going to be given to our people. Because without employment, there's no money, and without money, there's no housing. Let's remember that. You have to have money if you want to buy a house, whether you are a very rich person or not so very rich person. Some amount of money is always required, and if you don't have that, of course, there are financial institutions and there are others who can always chip in and give you some loans and so on and so forth. The opportunity for the market, for the industry, I presume is what you are asking. Yes, there is a huge housing shortage in this country. We are only about 40% urban. The last time we had a census was quite some time ago. But while we are waiting for the next census, we presume that we are about 40% urban. So we still have a large number of people living in the rural areas, and we still have a lot of people who want to migrate into the urban areas because of the employment opportunities, which means that whatever is the urban housing shortage, which is in several millions, is only going to increase in the times to come, which means that the opportunity is humongous. There are some estimates that as of the year 2022, the urban housing shortage, the total housing shortage in Telangana is about 2.8 million, out of which a major chunk actually happens to be in the urban areas and a very small percentage in the rural areas. This is obviously going to increase in the times to come when more people from the rural areas will come to the urban areas. Now, market opportunity, the government is already doing its bit. You have the Indiramma Housing Scheme, you have the Andhra Pradesh Housing Board, you have the AP Housing Corporation Limited. They are doing a fairly good job. You have the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban and Shahri and Gramin. Some funds are coming from there, some funds are coming from the HUDCO as well. But is that enough? That is clearly not enough, because we still have a large number of people living in the slum areas, which are in not just Hyderabad, but several other urban centers in the state of Telangana. So, what do we do with them? There is a huge corporate sector, real estate developers. We have members from the CREDAI also here with us. And real estate developers are providing a lot of housing in the urban areas. But this housing is, of course, for the upper and middle income segment. Can they also downmarket their products? Can they also provide for the lower income population who cannot afford maybe a 3-bedroomed house, but can perhaps afford a 1-bedroomed house, maybe something costing 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs. Why cannot they provide for it? Unfortunately, in our country, there is also a luxury housing demand. So developers, obviously, they are in here for making money. So they are catering to the luxury housing demand, which perhaps is now more or less getting saturated. If you look at the inventory overhang, if you look at the vacant housing, there are figures where luxury housing is more or less now saturated. So if developers want to remain in the business, then I think you better start building small, get into the one-room segment. I'll not use the word affordable, I'll not use the word low income, because we don't want to go the nano way. So I need only a one-room house. I could be a rich man, I could be a poor man, whatever. So you have products which are of a wide variety, wide range, wide ticket size, costing from 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh, going up to 2 crore and 3 crore. And whoever wants to buy whatever, they can come and buy. So there is a huge unmet demand, and there is a market opportunity here. And real estate developers, many of them are coming and buying. There are, of course, you all know as developers, there are incentives that are being provided both by the central government and the state government. Income tax concessions are there, stamp duty concessions are there. Almost all state governments now have affordable housing policies. I think Telangana one is on the anvil. I think we can actually learn from the other states' examples, and we can maybe make out a better one. So I think there is a great opportunity, and the opportunity is actually in the numbers. So build more, and probably the very big developers may not want to come in, but there will certainly be a segment of developers who would want to build the one-room units, sure, and provide them at a much reasonable price. So I am quite upbeat on
sure,
this
sir.
particular segment of the market.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next question, Mr. Gautam.
So, thank you, Professor Rao, for your comments. So, we have amidst us a very august audience, including our Honorable Chairman of the Legislative Council, Shri Gutta Sukendra Reddy Garu, and Honorable Advisor to Government, Shri Sudarshan Reddy Garu. Thank you for joining us in this discussion, sir. We are proud to have you amidst here. Taking forward from what Professor Rao said, about the actual demand, I'd like to just pitch a couple of data points on that, because our state has taken a pretty comprehensive house-to-house survey of the housing demand, and with a good app called Indiramma app, where we have gone house to house and captured the demand, including the present living conditions, including the what kind of a housing structure they are in, and also capturing their socio-economic factors. So we still have an unmet demand in urban areas, an unmet demand of 20.33 lakh in the LIG/EWS segment and 8.77 lakhs in the MIG segment. And yes, total of 28 lakhs, 8 lakhs in MIG and 20 lakhs in LIG/EWS. And in fact, these are not people who are completely dependent on government subsidy. Of course, EWS government will be, catering to, and this government is very, very committed as part of the Indiramma Illu scheme. But, there is a lot of purchasing power, but the bracket of, the supply in that bracket is missing. That is what is reflecting in this demand. So I just want to place these facts before the panel.
Sure.
I request Preetham to take.
Sure, Mr. Gautam. Thank you so much for highlighting those statistics. So I'll quickly move on to the President-elect for CREDAI National, Mr. Revanth Reddy. Sir, from the industry standpoint, you just heard the statistics shared by Mr. Gautam. He said there's a latent demand for about 28 lakh houses. So 8 lakh houses in the MIG segment and about 20 odd lakh houses in the LIG segment. How is the industry viewing this? How are you looking at this opportunity? How can you, as the leader in an industry body, motivate the private sector to participate in this opportunity, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Preetham. Sir, thank you so much for giving that figures. 28 lakhs, it's a surprise to us. I mean, the demand, what you're talking about it. Yes, CREDAI plays a role. I mean, across the state, we have 15 chapters. So every chapter have a big connection with the CREDAI Telangana state. So that housing demand, today you talk about especially middle class. So affordable housing, there is a definition of 45 lakh rupees is the cap, and 60 square meter in metros, and non-metro is 90 square meters. This 45 lakhs cap was decided 8 years ago. So today in 45 lakhs you are not getting those affordable houses. The definition of affordable housing has to be redefined. So this we have been giving the representation from CREDAI National multiple times. Hopefully, I mean this time also we met the Honorable Finance Minister, then Housing Minister. Possibly this budget we are expecting that limit of affordable housing going to be increased. That is very much required, sir. I request the Honorable Minister from your side also has to push for this, sir. Otherwise, so the very basic affordability where we are getting the land prices have gone up, the construction costs gone up, everything has gone up. Inflation, you can see 8 years inflation, if you take every year, I mean 5 to 7% inflation is there. If you take that also, it comes to 75-80 lakh rupees. So this we have been continuously talking to the governments, but hopefully this time I think after talking to them we got some positive note and we are definitely going to have this. So affordable housing definition, then concessions has to be given. Even in
my favorite player is Lionel Messi, and I think Telangana has already done a lot and it's going to do well because with this new future city which is coming up, there will be a lot of facilities because when I was growing up, when I was playing, there were hardly any facilities. We played on very different grounds. I want to tell you something that I'm very lucky that I have not been injured very badly. I mean the grounds we played and the wickets we played without helmets, everything as a youngster. I'm very lucky. I mean, if you ask me to play now, I will not play because it's not good. Because the facilities now have improved. I think you have a lot of coaches who are really very good. And then if you see, I mean, especially in the cricket, you have more staff traveling than the players. If I'm right, I would definitely say about that. And I think the facilities are very good. And the platform is there for the players. But how well they use that platform. I mean, winning a gold medal, and it's not very easy, and an Olympic medal actually, Sindhu has already done that, and Jwala is also here, and Gopi Bhai is already, I mean, won the All England badminton, so I'm a very avid sports watcher. I mean, I like watching sports, but I think the most important thing I want to tell is that if you find somebody who's very skillful, who's very good, please take care of all his problems. Starting from family till he goes up. Because what happens is there are so many players who come up, they have a lot of family problems. Okay. They want to, I mean, their parents, a lot of pressure is there on the parent. They want their son to do something, get a job, and then get their sister get married, all the things. If you find somebody who's exceptionally well, you please take care of all his things. Just tell him, go and play. Don't worry about what is happening. That is the one thing you should do it. Because if you do that, you will get many, many players, because most of the players, they just fall away because of this problem.
Okay. So opportunity, if you try and understand what Azhar was talking about, opportunity, and that's what brings me to Jwala. Jwala, to see a summit like this mainstream sport, this is clear mainstreaming sport. We've seen in India, various states, if there are convocations, congregations like this, sport is a silo. It's like, okay, there will be one panel, 20 minutes at the end of the day. Here, it's mainstream. Whether it's the CM's vision of bringing in corporates and sports people together, whether we are seeing what we are seeing on the dais. In your case, the word that was used for you, trailblazer. When you started out, no facilities whatsoever, to win a world championship medal in 2011, to be the best in the world in doubles, Commonwealth Games gold, and now, what are the changes, Jwala, you are seeing in Telangana that will enable the next Jwala Gutta to come up, pick up a badminton racket and make a mark?
Hi, good morning everyone. What I feel is that, I was lucky to have a coach like Arif sir. I think he was a consistent coach whom I trained under, and that's what I feel. I feel we are not doing enough for the coaches. Every time when the sports is mentioned, we just think about the athletes and who are going to win the medals. But I think there are a lot of work which is done behind. Everybody, I'm sure everyone agrees, a good support system which includes coaches is not what we are focusing on. I think we need to, the sports policies have to mention the welfare of the coaches. I still hear that a lot of coaches are still under contract and they still struggle and don't have permanent jobs. I think that is very, very important. We need to support the coaching. People who are interested in coaching, take care of, because that's their bread and butter. And if you want them to focus on the athletes and to bring medals, we need a good, system for coaches and see that they don't struggle. And I think I was lucky to train under Arif sir, and I had a consistent coaching and support system from Arif sir, and that's why I think I could, even dream of doing something big. So I think I'll be really happy if the sports policies include coaches' welfare and uplift them. I always believe this, that good coaches, you'll definitely have good players. And Gopi Bhaiya is an example, so encourage other coaches, give them the stability and hold them, and give them the incentives which we as players get, and then I'm sure they will work hard towards. I think that's what is the missing link, is what I feel in our system. We don't talk about our coaches much.
That's a brilliant point. Taking care of the coaches. Yesterday, Gopi and I were sitting in his academy, and all of a sudden, and here, once again, ladies and gentlemen, these are important points. Telangana as a young state taking the lead.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. I want that our coaching system should become so strong that we don't depend on foreign coaches.
Absolutely.
In future.
Absolutely. So yesterday, and this actually brings me to this point, we were sitting and there were a few Mizo kids training out there. And I asked him, tell me a little bit more about these kids. And eventually I get to know that there are 10 Mizo coaches now working as part of the academy. So it's not just doing for Telangana, it's also doing for the rest of India. So Telangana taking the lead there, that's brilliant. So absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a state showing the way for the rest of the country. Stand out. Ambati, all of us are talking about coaches. You've just finished a career, accomplished cricketer, so much achievement. I'm going to give it back. Coaching, what's the thought? If there's one thing that you want to do as a possible coach, making a difference to the ecosystem in your state, what would that be?
Coming from Hyderabad, I have played here, I've grown up here, I've played junior cricket for Hyderabad. So Hyderabad has always had extraordinary talent. To nurture the talent, as Ajubhai said, we need very good infrastructure, very good coaches, and most importantly, I think coaching has to, develop a mindset to make sure, especially as a player, once you are transitioning into a coach, it is very, very important to put the player's priority first. So it's never about yourself, and especially coming from a team sport. I think sport as a whole, I feel, unites the community, unites a city like Hyderabad. People from various corners of the country come and live in Hyderabad, and in a team, we have people from different communities, different castes, different religions. It all brings together, and I feel the unison is what I feel is the greatest aspect of sport, and that is what Hyderabad should strive towards. And also, most importantly, what I feel, having played the sport for 30 years, is the sport is slowly transitioning towards people who have money. I think it is very, very important for the government to have a policy where even if a person who is talented has nothing and is a poor man, still should have the facilities that are world class for him to thrive and also come up, because that is very, very important. Because as you grow up, as Ajubai would rightly say, we all have grown up with absolutely nothing. But today that is not the case, and I think it is very, very important to for the government to have a look at that.
Okay, again, so grassroots, facilities, there's a chain that we are talking about. So that's kind of uniting this panel on stage. Let me come to you, sir. As the chairman of the Sports Authority, and by the way, one thing that is missing as part of this panel, but again, Telangana has addressed that. As the moderator, it's my job to put that out. We are all celebrating able-bodied athletes here. Yesterday in Gopi's Academy, I met Deepthi Jivanji. Parasport is something, disability sport, sensitivity, that's something that once again Telangana is taking a lead in. So Paralympic Games, parasport, disability sport is something that I'm seeing being taken care of in this state, which as an analyst, as a scholar of sport, I don't see that happen. Sir, when I see Telangana, I see cricket, I see football, I see table tennis, I see badminton, I see boxing, I see Paralympic sport. So clearly, I see a holistic vision. Your thoughts on that?
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. తెలంగాణ ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు వీటన్నింటి మీద అంటే గతంలో దాంతో పోలిస్తే చాలా మటుకు ఉమ్మడి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉండే దాంతో పోలిస్తే తెలంగాణ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ముఖ్యమంత్రి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు స్పెషల్ స్పోర్ట్స్ మీద ప్రత్యేక టార్గెట్ పెట్టి స్పోర్ట్స్ని ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తే ఈ హెల్దీ తెలంగాణ అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ హెల్తీగా ఉండాలంటే ఫస్ట్ స్పోర్ట్స్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఆ స్పోర్ట్స్కు ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి అని అంటే ఫస్ట్ గ్రాస్ రూట్ లెవెల్ నుంచి మొదలు పెట్టాలని సీఎం కప్ను మొదలు పెట్టడం జరిగింది. అది విలేజ్ లెవెల్ నుంచి, మండల్ లెవెల్ నుంచి, అదేవిధంగా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్, స్టేట్ లెవెల్ వరకు తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. అదేవిధంగానే కోచెస్ కొరత చాలా మటుకు ఉండే గతంలో. ఇప్పుడు ఆ కోచెస్ని కూడా స్పెషల్ కేసు తీసుకొని స్పెషల్గా కొత్త కోచెస్ని కూడా తీసుకురావడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. దాంతోపాటు ఇందాక వీళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన సజెషన్స్తో పాటు వీటన్నింటినీ రాబోయే రోజుల్లో పెద్ద ఎత్తున తీసుకోవడానికి అందరం ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి విజన్, అదేవిధంగా మినిస్టర్ గారి విజన్, జయేష్ రంజన్ గారు కానీ, సోని బాల గారు కానీ, జితేందర్ రెడ్డి గారు కానీ, అంటే ఎంటైర్ తెలంగాణలో ఇందాక చెప్పినట్లు ఇండియా నుంచి ఒలింపిక్స్లో ఒక్క గోల్డ్ మెడల్ సాధించలేకపోయినామని ఒక బాధ ఉంది. నెక్స్ట్ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో తెలంగాణ నుంచి ద బెస్ట్ ప్లేయర్స్ని తయారు చేసే విధంగా ఈరోజు కార్యాచరణ సిద్ధం చేస్తున్నాం. దానికి ముఖ్యంగా కావాల్సింది గ్రౌండ్స్. ఆ గ్రౌండ్స్ మీద ఇప్పుడు కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ చేసింది స్పోర్ట్స్ అథారిటీ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్స్ అండ్ స్టేట్ లెవెల్లో ఉండేటువంటి గ్రౌండ్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేసుకొని నెక్స్ట్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్ అండ్ విలేజ్ లెవెల్లో కూడా గ్రౌండ్స్ ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి. దానికి కావాల్సినటువంటి మినిమం అంటే ఏ విలేజ్లో ఏ స్పోర్ట్స్ మీద ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్గా ఉన్నారు అన్నది మన సీఎం కప్ ద్వారా ఒక లిస్ట్ అవుట్ తయారు చేసినాం. ఎవ్రీ విలేజ్లో అంటే ఒక అథ్లెటిక్స్ కానీ చాలామంది ప్లేయర్స్ దాదాపు 3.5 lakh పీపుల్స్లో 450 అంటే స్ట్రాంగ్ క్రీమ్ని ఈరోజు తీసుకురాగలిగినాం. వాళ్ళందరికీ ఇప్పుడు స్పెషల్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చి నెక్స్ట్ వాళ్ళని ద బెస్ట్గా తయారు చేయాలన్న ఆలోచనతో తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ముందుకు పోతా ఉంది. వన్స్ అగైన్ మరొకసారి మీ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Okay, so I was just asking Ambati to try and translate for me my deficiency. And again, it pleases me to know the plan for the districts and the grassroots, because you've created a clear pyramid, and that is what pleases me knowing. Jitendra ji, as advisor to the sports department, if there's one thing that if you tell me that, okay, it's an Olympic gold quest leading up to 2030 Commonwealth Games or the 2036 Olympic Games. As Vita said, fingers crossed if India wins the bid, if there's one thing that you want to see. What I also think is Telangana should host a sport, because now it's no longer a city's games, it's a country's games. So if India gets it, whichever city hosts it, Telangana should also be a part of the overall thing, because that's what the IOC mandate is. But tell me, Jitendra ji, if there's one thing that you want to see over the next 4-5 years happen in your state, what is it?
Thank you very much, and the participant here. Very good morning to you all. As you see that today in the rising Telangana, we have a very important role which is playing, that is sports. The earlier government last 10 years had totally neglected it, and we really didn't have funds also to run our sports and really see that our sportsmen had to participate in their games and all. But now, as we have got enthusiastic Chief Minister and as well as a very good Principal Secretary, Mr. J.S. Ranjan, who is also taking up a lot of efforts into bringing sports back into Telangana, and we have got a enthusiastic sports minister, Mr. Srihari, Waket Srihari, and as well as a very good chairman here. And under their rule, now sports is really shining. As you see, many events in the last 2 years have occurred in Hyderabad, like the international football and the badminton matches and the hockey matches. And today, yesterday we had a supercross motorcycle competitions, and now on the 13th we are getting Messi also into Hyderabad. There is a lot of craze now because of the efforts from the government and as well as our Chief Minister. And with the efforts of our Principal Secretary, Mr. J.S. Ranjan, we had released our sports policy, where sports policy has been released, and now he also has crafted a university for already our, I can see our Vice Chancellor sitting in front of us, who has, I think, resumed his duty just 2 days back. And we have got a lot of hope that as myself, Mr. J.S. Ranjan, Mr. Shiv Sena, we all had visited Brisbane, Australia, the universities and all, and have seen the sports universities. Definitely, we hope that this Telangana University will be one of the best universities for the sportsmen here. And not only that, we have a FIFA Academy which have been given for the first time for the girls also here, which is the first time in India, which has been, not only India, I think it's the second in the world also. And now, coming to, as you have said, that the events which have to be happen. As a sports advisor, and I am also the Olympic Association State President here. With this, we are meeting a lot of people in the central. We have met Mansukh Mandiaji, who is the sports minister in Delhi, and have requested him for Khelo India. As you have seen that we already have a good infrastructure in Hyderabad. Like we have already done the nationals here in 2022, and we have done the military games. The World Military Games were conducted in Hyderabad. So with a lovely infrastructure which we have here, we have asked them for Khelo India, and I'm sure that very shortly it will be announced for us. And also, we have met recently P.T. Ushaji, and have asked for the national games also to be allotted to us. So these type of events in which we are going ahead and we are progressing onto that, and events after events we are trying to make in Telangana, so that the past glory which we had in Telangana as for the sports will come up, and definitely in the Commonwealth Games, lot of our participants will participate. I think our great Azharuddin, who is a cricket player and a well-known stalwart in Hyderabad, has now again come back into the field. Sindhu is here, Jwala is here, Gopichand is here. With all their experiences and all, we think that Telangana will again rise, and it's already rising, and it will definitely reach the sun. That is what I think. Thank you very much.
Nice. One could have continued, this is a panel with which you can continue for hours. But obviously there's another panel to follow, and you've got a whole day packed events. The one point that I'll take from Jitendra ji is the link between sport and education. Having taught in universities across the world, whether it's Loughborough, whether it's Toronto, whether it's Chicago, I will tell you that the sports facilities, the integration between academia and sport is something that is lacking in India. So I'm absolutely delighted in seeing this initiative to do a sports university. One story from me, and then I'll close with Jayesh Ranjanji and our Honorable Minister. For me, what is sport? What does sport teach all of us? Sport teaches all of us to lose. Because every loss is a stepping stone to success. This day, for example, ladies and gentlemen, is not a perfect day. Nothing is perfect. But the quest for all of us is to be perfect in an imperfect day. And that's what sport teaches us. Take the example of Nikhat Zareen. Good to give you, because a localite, and she's not here. So I'll tell you a 30-second Nikhat story and close with Jayesh ji and our minister. So when Nikhat started boxing, there was no facility here in Hyderabad. So she goes there and comes home with a black eye. So her mother says, "Shadi nahi hoga. Iske baad to family mein problem ho jayega." So somehow she continues to box and she says, "Jab main world championship jeet jaungi, uske baad दूल्हों का line lag jayega, aap dekh lena." So she goes on, wins the world championship in the US, and the previous night she once again had a black eye in training. Now she gets on a call with her mother, and the mother sees the black eye and said, "What happened?" And she said, "Oh, training mein ho gaya." She said, "Koi farak nahi padta, aisa hota rehta hai, kal theek ho jayega." That's the change. That is the Telangana rising that I want to see. And now, with every Nikhat Zareen bout, it's her mother sitting in the first row and shouting, "Mar or Mar." That is the Telangana of tomorrow. The dominance, the lead, the leadership, and as I see, optimism. Jayesh ji, the one thing that you want to accomplish, being in a position of authority, what is the one thing that you want to tell my audience today that you want to see happen here in the next couple of years?
Thank you. Thank you, Boria, for moderating a very interesting panel. So, all the while we have spoken about sports persons and athletes who are serious, who can be groomed and nurtured, and hopefully they represent the country and bring glory. But I also want to emphasize on behalf of the government that we also want to promote a culture of fitness. So whether you become champion athletes or not, even for recreation purposes, play some sports, remain active. And of course, you began the panel by discussing physical literacy. So this again is an important thing. And schools are going to be the focal points. When you are a young student, this ambition, this hope that's becoming active and trying to do well in some sport is as important as doing good in studies. So that is again an important priority for us.
Brilliant. Minister Saab, you started the show, so why don't you tell me, because ultimately this is a world where we see wars, we see negativity, we see toxicity, but when it's sport, it unites us all. Do we know what religion? We don't care. Do we know what caste? We don't care. Gender? We don't care. Sport ultimately is real. It brings all of us together. Your final words.
Thank you. बात रह गई है जब अज्जू भाई और हमारा जमाना था, जब खेलने ग्राउंड जाते तो पापा मम्मी ने लकड़ी लेके आते थे, दे मारते थे, पहले पढ़ बाद में खेल भी बंद कर। आज ऐसा चेंज हुआ, अगर आज बच्चे लोग पढ़ने जा रहे के लिए पढ़ते, पहले जाके खेल, मतलब इतना चेंज हो गया सोचने में। और मैं ये मंच से जो बड़े बड़े यहाँ पे स्टार्स बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे चेयरमैन साहब हैं, हमारे एडवाइजरी वेरी एसोसिएशन प्रेसिडेंट भी है तेलंगाना का, और जयेश रंजन सर भी है, मैं सब ये मंच से मैं मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ। आजकल बच्चे लोग जो दिल लगा के नहीं खेलते हैं, एक बात याद रखना, आप बहुत किस्मत वाले भी हैं और बदकिस्मत वाले भी हैं। किस्मत इसलिए कि आपके पेरेंट्स आपको एनकरेज कर रहे हैं खेलने के लिए, बदकिस्मती इसके लिए वो जो जुनून होना है प्लेयर को, जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट होना है प्लेयर को, जो जिंदगी अगर गेम बन के अगर नहीं जी पाया, नहीं खेल पाया, आजकल शौक ज़्यादा हो गया, वो अच्छा ड्रेस पहनता है तो कोई देखता रहता है, दोस्त फोटो खींचता नहीं खींचता करके, और खेलते समय उसके दिमाग में क्या रहता है, मेरे गेम कोई देख रहा नहीं देख रहा करके। अरे सब मेरे बारे में कुछ बात कर रहे नहीं कर रहे, उसका सोच रह जाता है। तो मैं वो प्लेयर्स के लिए मैं बताता हूँ,
टाइम वेस्ट मत करना। अगर वैसा शौक आपको पब्लिक देखने की है, फोटो खींचने की है, प्लीज आप स्पोर्ट्स छोड़ दे के पढ़ा लीजिए और आपका समय बर्बाद मत करिए। अगर जिसको खेलना है, खेल ही भगवान है, अगर खेल ही माँ बाप है, खेल ही उसका दुनिया है, और खेल के लिए वे जिया है और खेल के लिए जो मरता है वो ग्राउंड में उतरिए, खेलिए। आप दुनिया के लिए सोच रही है, वो सोचो मत। जब आप दुनिया के लिए सोचेंगे तो कुछ नहीं बन पाओगे। अगर आपका गेम ही दुनिया बन के अगर खेलोगे, सारी दुनिया आपके तरफ देखेगी, ताली मारेगी, आप खंदा उठाएगी, इस पूरा वर्ल्ड को दिखाएगी। प्लीज प्लेयर्स को मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है, जब तक आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं होता है गेम में, जब आप गेम को ही भगवान नहीं समझते, जिंदगी नहीं समझते, अगर गेम से कुछ हासिल आपको कुछ होता नहीं है, आपका जिंदगी खराब हो जाती है। अरे आप बहुत किस्मत वाले हैं, पेरेंट्स कई मतलब आशा लेके, कई पैसे इन्वेस्टमेंट करके, टाइम इन्वेस्टमेंट करके फ्यूचर बना के रखा है आपके लिए। आप जो है ना वो इन्वॉल्वमेंट छोड़ दे के खाली पीली टाइम वेस्ट मत करिए। आज तेलंगाना ऐसा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां सीएम कप के माध्यम से या नहीं, जहां गांव से जो प्लेयर्स को हम निकाल के स्क्रूटनी करके उनको एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म पे देखने का, दिखाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आज तेलंगाना तैयार है खिलवाने के लिए। हम सब प्लेयर्स को इनवाइट करते हैं, भाई आप दिल लगा के, मन लगा के ग्राउंड में उतरिए। हम पूरा दुनिया को आपको आपका नाम दिखा देंगे, रोशन करेंगे। आपके ऊपर आपका पेरेंट्स एक ही निर्भर नहीं है। चाहे आप समझते होंगे अगर मैं अच्छा खेलता हूं तो मेरे माँ बाप का नाम आता है, नहीं, आप माँ बाप के देश के लिए खेलना है, तेलंगाना के लिए खेलना है। इंटरनेशनल में अपना देश का नाम जब रौनक हो जाएगा उसके लिए खेलना है। हम सब भी आपके ऊपर बहुत डिपेंडेंट है। मेरी तरफ से यही बताना चाहता हूँ प्लेयर्स को, मेहरबानी होती है अगर इस गेम में जब उतरते हैं तो दिल तोड़ के, मतलब पूरा दिल लगा के उतरना है, अपन हासिल करना है। तेलंगाना में भी एक क्रीड़ा प्रेमी है जो समझे तो आज इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी పొన్నం ప్రభాకర్ जी मंच पे आ जाइए, వేం నరేంద్ర గారు రండి. అండ్ మీ అందరికి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, చిన్నారులారా ప్రపంచం చూడాలి, నన్ను ఎవరైనా పక్క వాళ్ళు చూస్తున్నారా, నా ఫోటో తీస్తున్నారా, నా రికార్డ్ చేస్తున్నారనే ఆలోచనతో ఆడకండి దయచేసి. మీకు మీ పేరెంట్స్ ఒక్కరే కాదు, మేమంతా కూడా మీ మీద ఆశలు పెట్టుకున్నాం. మీరు ఆటనే దైవంగా ఆడండి, ఖచ్చితంగా ఆటనే సర్వమని ఆడండి. ప్రపంచం మీదకు చూసే రోజు ఖచ్చితంగా వస్తుంది అని చెప్పి తెలియజేస్తూ ముగిస్తా ఉన్నా. జై హింద్.
Okay, so I know the next session is almost there. So let's finish on this line. We are talking about Telangana rising. Next time when we meet, let's say Telangana has risen. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome on stage Shri Poonam Prabhakar Garu, Minister, Honorable Minister of Transport and BC Welfare in Telangana. Ladies and gentlemen, we move forward with our felicitations now. I request our Honorable, Minister for Sports and Youth Services, Shri Vakiti Sri Hari Garu, kindly please present mementos to Mohammad Azharuddin. I request you, sir, to please step forward to receive the memento. We also request Shri Shivasena Reddy Garu and Shri Jayashree Garu to kindly please join in. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Revanth Reddy, advisor to Government Affairs. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. And yes, Mr. Mohammad Azharuddin being felicitated, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Ms. Geeta Adani to please step forward for the felicitation. Yes, Ms. Geeta Adani to be felicitated, and ladies and gentlemen, our honorable Minister our Chairman Sports Authority of Telangana, Shri Shivasena Reddy Garu. I now request Mr. Pullela Gopi Chand to kindly please step forward to receive the felicitation.
inviting our panelists for this session now. I request Dr. Rajiv Singh, Mr. Tapas Paul, Ms. Srija Nayak, and Mr. Arjun Shashidharan to kindly please proceed towards the stage. And also our moderator for the session, Dr. we witnessed the first session of day 2. That was the Telangana's Olympic Gold Quest. And in a few minutes, we shall proceed. Yes. Dr. Rajendra Singh. Yes, we welcome Dr. Rajendra Singh on the stage for our second panel discussion, Musi Regeneration and Blueprint Infrastructure in Hyderabad. Can I have the introductions like how they gave me for this? to government industries and investment.
Hyderabad, the Musi, and how the Hyderabad is shaping up as blue-green Hyderabad. When we are talking about the future city where we are sitting today, this future city is going to be the net zero city, but at the same time, we have to cure Hyderabad. That is why we are telling that core urban region economy, how to better the Hyderabad ecosystem and how to improve the economy. So taking that cue as the basis, the Musi rejuvenation is planned. If you have visited the stall, you must have understood what exactly the vision is for the Musi rejuvenation there and how we are planning for the redevelopment. When we are talking about the Musi redevelopment and the rejuvenation, we are talking about the new economy, that is the night economy of Hyderabad. So this is cure. Then in the peri-urban region economy area, beyond ORR and up to the regional ring road that is coming up in a periphery of 360 kilometers. Within this region, Honorable Minister is looking after the development of industrialization and the townships along with that, the satellite townships. So this is the plan. And third one is the regional agricultural economy that is called RARE. See, this is how entire Telangana is planned as a spatial development. When we are talking about Musi and the blue-green Hyderabad, how we are going to develop that, how we are planning for rejuvenation. And here today the panelists, I would request all of them, discuss on how the plans were across the world when it comes to the rejuvenation of the rivers, and what is your experience into it across India. And please suggest, our plans are now get going, and from ADB also we are thankful to them that they have agreed to fund the phase 1. And what all the plans we have definitely are in a world-class manner, but at the same time, we want to have Musi again as the lifeline for the economy of Hyderabad. With these opening remarks, once again I thank all the panelists here, particularly our Honorable Minister for chairing this, and I request the moderator to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri E.V. Narasimha Reddy IAS, for setting the tone for this session. I now invite on stage Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communication Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Government of Telangana, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Sridhar Babu.
Mr. Narasimha Reddy on the dais, and nobody needs introduction of the great personality here, Sri Rajendraji, who is known as a waterman, and in fact who has been championing for the blue-green infrastructure to develop in India as also in the world. Along with us, the representatives from the World Bank and the eminent persons on the dais. We welcome you to this Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025, which should be, making a benchmark in the annals of this state. In the later evening when we unveil the vision document of 2047, how Telangana would be, what steps Telangana would take, what we need to do as a policymaker, what other stakeholders has to contribute their might, their right, their energies to make this vision possible. In that sphere of things, we have come up to have an interaction with all the eminent leaders like you over here of the days, and also to have an interaction with all the stakeholders, how we should shape our state of Telangana and how we can request and appeal to the global partners who are keen in this blue-green infrastructure to be provided. On the context, I would like to mention why Hyderabad, why our Chief Minister. And Mr. Revanth Reddy was all the time mentioning about this blue-green infrastructure. Many a time, most of the people who are also trying to understand about the Musi, or who are trying to understand about the lakes regeneration, or trying to do best how we can sail with the nature, not to disrupt the nature. The main our focus is how, every restored blue-green space. Primarily, this is a basic objective of our Chief Minister, Mr. Revanth Reddy, who is also holding the urban administration portfolio. Why we have given impetus for the blue-green space is it improves mobility, one, it helps in recreation, it helps in safety, and it also helps in the real estate confidence. So these are all makes us to become the growth drivers for our economic growth. And all put together, this will reinforce our climatic security. That's the most important thing what we just thought. And our vision for this Telangana, we have three models. Basically, this city of Hyderabad has a great perennial river, the Musi. It has been dried up. It is about 55-kilometer long green river which has been unnoticed. And our job and our Chief Minister's specific agenda is to regenerate the Musi River. How do we do it? How do we make it as a blue spine? That is one aspect. And the second is, how do you really regenerate the lakes? And third point is, how do we increase the green network in terms of the urban forests and creating the new parks? And when it comes to the Musi River, I would like to mention, when it was clean, when it should provide the irrigation water and also a source of the clean drinking water for many of the residents in Hyderabad. Now when the population increased, when the demands have increased, and how do we regenerate? One is the natural stream, which originates the river, and that is also been disrupted by the climatic conditions over there. How do we regenerate? So the immediate task what our Chief Minister has taken is to link up with the Godavari river waters. And how do we clean this river? To build STPs and trunk sewer infrastructure. How do we connect on either side of the river? Construction of the new bridges and creating pedestrian bridges, and also see that, the river flows by nature. It also helps in our flood mitigation. Many a time in 2021 and the recent past floods have also, we have seen in 2021 it was a big disaster. Many people lost their lives, their livelihoods, and also I've seen the worst part of the floods. Keeping that in view, recently there were floods to that level, but the governance has taken as a keynote. We have put our administration on the foot all the time when a small drop of water, a small amount of rain happens that may culminate into heavy rain. You know, our municipal administration, the urban administration officials, along with the disaster response team, which has been specifically to counter the flood. And also, we have, educated, enlightened our civilians how best we shouldn't use the public transport or to go on the road during the times of the floods. So when Musi was pushed as an ignored periphery, now we are trying to build up as the nature's given property to be developed, and it has to act as a backbone. In terms of the flood safety, what we have right now is we have identified about 3,262 lakes have been identified. As rightly mentioned by Mr. Narasimha Reddy, we have the geographical limits. Now we are categorizing as cure, pure and rare, right? Core urban area and peripheral urban area and rural agrarian area where we will try to cluster them as our economies. In the outer ring road inside, we have identified about 476 lakes, and outside the outer ring road where many people would have traveled, we have 2,786 outside ORR. How we can regenerate these lakes? For that, a organization has been floated by name Hydra. Many of our real estate partners and well-wishers, I've thought this could be not a nice idea, but now we have proven that this entity has identified many lakes which have been encroached or which have not been put to use, and we are building systematic channels for that lakes, and many lakes have been regenerated, and that has been appreciated by in and around inhabitants of these lake areas. For that, we are going to provide the legal protections like notification of the lake boundaries, including the buffer zone 2. Till now, 445 preliminary notifications have been given, and we are finalizing about 1,079 notifications, and more progress in terms of giving the legal protection will be given. And in terms of the lakefront too, I need not mention I have so many lakes right now before me. We are trying to protect them, which shall enrich the environment of our Hyderabad. We know that every revived lake becomes a flood buffer, a groundwater recharge hub, and also a community space. And lake should not become a shrinking liability for us. So in that sphere, we are trying to work out. In the urban forest and the park, the green network, which is led again by HMDA, our focus is on the blue resilience. I would like to mention here, sir, the place what we are today. This is supposed to be our Bharat future city. We are trying to create a city over here which shall be net zero. And while coming to the social forestry, we have adjoining about 15,000 acres. We are trying to cultivate the irregular forest as a social urban forestry and try to link those parks with the tourism on a sustainable model, and this shall become our green network. And we have also identified in this greater Hyderabad limits about 213 urban parks, which we are on developing right now. We are trying to put walking and cycling parks, tracks in these reserved forest blocks. And we also have put about 450 lakh seedlings in and around this Hyderabad from 2025 to 26. We are doing avenue and median plantation, and we identified about few blocks as urban forest blocks, and the green corridor on ORR, which shall be supported by almost 78 lakh seedlings. And our flagship green tourism and biodiversity asset reflects on the eco park at Kotwalguda, which is about 85 acres, and they have 8,000 plus birds of 19 different species, largest aviary in India and second largest in the world. So as already mentioned, during rainfall, during heat waves, during extreme weather, why we resorted to blue-green infrastructure. While mentioning all these things, you know, to the elders on the days or the industry partners of the days or the stakeholders or the NPOs or NGOs who are sitting across, who are most concerned about our cities, whether, you know, our main focus, our government main focus is to give clear thrust into provide clean drinking water, clean air to breathe, and a clean environment to live. These are the basic features of our government, and our Chief Minister is very keen on it. And in the same sphere, what we are trying to project when we unveil the vision document of 2047, you know, these are our thrust areas, and we welcome, you know, few more initiatives if the elders who are more into this sphere of the climate or the green blue space of infrastructure. We are very, very open to include in our agenda to make this Telangana a blue-green capital for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, Industries and Commerce and Legislative Affairs, Government of Telangana. Thank you so much, Shri Sridhar Babu Garu. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now move forward to witnessing the launch of audiovisual of MRDCL. So ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly please divert your attention to the screen. And the panelists here can look at the screen in front.
Flowing through the heart of Hyderabad for centuries, the Musi River shaped the city's birth, identity and evolution. From the early Qutub Shahi settlements to the Nizam's grand planning era, Musi was once the lifeline that nurtured trade, culture and civilization. As Hyderabad grew into a global metropolis, the Musi continued to flow silently. Witnessing the rise of historic corridors, bustling markets, transport nodes and dense urban neighborhoods. The Musi Riverfront Development Project is a flagship initiative of the Government of Telangana aimed at rejuvenating a 55-kilometer stretch of the river from ORR West to ORR East, making it one of the longest riverfront redevelopment projects in South Asia, covering over 110 square kilometers of influence area.
మూసీ ప్రక్షాళన జరగాలి, మూసీలో ఎలివేటెడ్ కారిడార్ రావాలి, మూసీ సుందరీకరణ చేసి మూసీ నదిని పునరుజ్జీవింపజేసి ఆ ప్రాంతంలో నైట్ ఎకానమీని ఈ రోజు ప్రారంభించాలనుకుంటున్నాం.
The Blue Master Plan is driven by detailed study of Musi's hydrology, flow patterns and river behavior. It focuses on systematic river cleaning through desilting, debris removal and pollution control, restoring natural flow capacity. Advanced flood management measures including river profiling, retention structures, and strengthen stormwater channels. Ensure resilience, protect urban areas, and create a clean, safe, and living river. A continuous 50-meter wide green buffer on both sides transforms Musi into Hyderabad's central lung. A seamless ecological corridor of parks, promenades, urban forests, cycling trails, and public plazas that enhance livability, microclimate, and biodiversity. The infrastructure master plan strengthens city connectivity through the strategic east-west corridor, new bridges, link roads, and multi-modal mobility corridors. This river becomes not just a water body, but a structural backbone unifying Hyderabad's east and west. The land use master plan dynamically highlights a 500-meter influence zone on both sides of Musi, proposing integrated mixed-use development, walk-to-work concepts, TOD-based planning, and sustainable urban zoning to redefine river-oriented living. Gandhi Sarovar emerges as a landmark of renewal, a new urban confluence where ecology, recreation, and identity meet. It weaves together green mobility, serene water experiences, and world-class public realms, creating a vibrant civic heart along the Musi and redefining Hyderabad's riverfront for generations to come. Miralam Tank, transformation of historic water body into a vibrant destination along with area development integrated with Nehru Zoo Park. Rajendra Nagar, emerging as a key mixed-use growth district along Musi. Riverfront showcases the first visible shift from polluted banks to people-centric vibrant waterfront. The Musi Riverfront Development Project is one of India's foremost urban regeneration initiatives, positioning Hyderabad's waterfront as a high-value investment destination. The Musi corridor opens strategic zones for commercial, residential, hospitality, and innovation-led development, designed to fuel long-term economic growth and elevate Hyderabad's global standing. Musi is envisioned as a future economic engine, unlocking responsible, sustainable, and transformative investment opportunities. Aim is to achieve these sustainable development goals. From a forgotten river to a living legacy, the Musi riverfront signals Hyderabad's rise as a resilient and globally competitive metropolis. This transformation is an invitation. Come, be part of this journey. Be part of the revival. Be part of the rise of Musi.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap loudly for that wonderful, beautiful presentation there. My dear friends, we begin today with a session that touches both heritage and the future, the regeneration of the Musi River and the creation of a blue-green urban ecosystem for Hyderabad. This conversation brings together experts working at the intersection of ecology, infrastructure, and urban design. We now move towards the panel discussion, so I'd like to thank our dignitaries for being present here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the discussion that will happen now, Musi regeneration and blue-green infrastructure in Hyderabad. I'd like to introduce our first panelist for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajendra Singh. He is known as the Waterman of India. He is a renowned water conservationist and chairman of Tarun Bharat Singh. He has led the revival of thousands of traditional water bodies and helped restore several rivers in Rajasthan. And he's the recipient of the Ramon Magsaysay Award and Stockholm Water Prize. He's a global advocate for community-led water governance. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Rajendra Singh, for joining us. He's our, panelist member here. I now move towards our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite, yes, she's already on stage, so thank you so much for joining in, ma'am. Miss Alexia Michel, she is a senior water resource specialist and experienced team leader with about 25 years of expertise in integrated water management, covering rural and urban water supply, sanitation, irrigation, flood resilience and climate adaptation across Europe, Asia, Latin America and Africa. She has been with Asian Development Bank, ADB, since 2022, currently based in New Delhi, India, where she leads projects in irrigation, flood control, coastal resilience and other water-related areas within the agriculture, food, nature and rural development sector. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in. Yes, can we clap for her, ladies and gentlemen? I now would like to, yes, introduce our next speaker. Yes, Mr. Arjun Shashidharan. He is a specialist in hydrology, hydrodynamics, coastal ocean modeling, flood risk modeling, sediment transport, shoreline change modeling, and climate impact assessments. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. I'd like to invite, yes, introduce our next panelist, Dr. Srija S. Nair. Yes, Dr. Srija Nair's fields of expertise include disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, drought risk and mitigation, geospatial analytics, early warning systems, hazard and vulnerability assessment, disaster loss database, and climate resilience policy planning. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in. We also have with us Mr. Tapas Paul. Mr. Tapas Paul's expertise spans environmental management, natural resources management, coastal zone management, urban and regional development, water resources, and infrastructure planning. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, our moderator for the session, Dr. Parthasarthi Rangarajan. Yes, Dr. Parthasarthi's expertise covers natural resource management, environmental economics, rural and urban planning, coastal and water governance, fisheries, irrigation management, and development policy research. I now would like to hand it over this wonderful session, Musi Regeneration and Blue-Green Infrastructure in Hyderabad, to our moderator, Dr. Parthasarthi. It's over to you, sir.
The temple's redevelopment and rejuvenation, along with the improvement of connecting roads, with an investment of rupees 250 crore.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. It's a very interesting panel, and we have a very interesting and an expert panelist also. Already we have seen the broad overview of what the regeneration of Musi River plan is about. And we also know that the Riverfront Authority has been created and the initiative has been going on. There are various experts here. I think we have 10 minutes each, given the up to the lunch interval. And we also have the Minister, sir, and the Managing Director, who will also have the final words. But what I would like to do as a moderator is to raise and flag some of the issues which my expert co-panelists can also come in. And if there is time in the end, I'll try and do the summing up. World over, when we had or we have the riverfronts being developed, even within India we have in Ahmedabad, we have in Lucknow, we have in other places. One of the things that catch my eye is that there is an absence of property rights in that. When we are talking about natural resources, when we are talking about regeneration efforts, it would be useful to identify the stakeholders and talk about the property rights or very clearly have those property rights. Because eventually what happens is that there are land acquisition that happens, which is inevitable, and we have the LAR Act, which came up in 2013, which has been very, very useful. And we also have other supporting acts like the all states also have. So which are very useful. So if we can have a comprehensive plan right from the beginning about identifying who the stakeholders are at various quadrants, of the river flow, then it would be very, very useful to identify what the property rights are and how these will be utilized in the future. That becomes essential because if I think of Musi River, say 20 years back, near Patancheru, when we have seen, there used to be a lot of fishermen, also the dhobis. It had been a very useful dhobi ghat where people have been used, the washermen had been there. But over time, these things disappear and new forms will take over. But then what these new forms are and how we want to project, that is the point. That point also dovetails into the very famous concept that we have of tragedy of commons. Because eventually, when we have the river fronts, there is land, water body, and which is being used by public, also in some places the private sector, and the government, of course. But who is to look after what usually becomes a tragedy. That's the tragedy of commons that we know. And therefore, from both these perspectives, it would be really useful to think about how we are going to define who the stakeholders are and what kind of rights that they have and duties, of course. The second point that I would like to touch upon is very interesting that we are developing new cities, new areas, new urban areas. And new urban areas is a must in a state which is already almost half of the state population, or half of the area is urbanized. And the urbanization is going to go fast, and it is essential that we have a good infrastructure and good cities planned. In the process of doing it, even within Hyderabad, we have more than 500 small lakes other than Musi River. And therefore, these are also the areas where the blue-green infrastructure will have to come. But what kind of blue-green infrastructure will come and who will have what rights, and that becomes very important. The cities, the transitional areas I would call, because these are not peri-urban areas anymore, the transition areas have a big role to play. And as they are transforming into urban areas, by essentially led by the government, it would be useful to identify those blue-green areas and retain them as much as possible. That really saves later, because once the city develops, like what we are talking today in almost all the cities, I'm not specifically talking only about Hyderabad. Good that Hyderabad is thinking about it. We develop the riverfronts, and then we also have the urban forests. Instead of doing it or planting it or transplanting it after the city gets developed, in those transitional areas which are becoming new city now, it would be how far it would be useful to have those lakes, forest areas preserved. So those are and it has to be like master plan that we have for the cities. It would be useful to have a transitional area master plan, which also includes these resources. Another point that I hope my panelists will also cover is a land capture mechanism, the FSI and other areas that we need to concentrate on. And lastly, this has to be a bankable project. So if they become a bankable project, not only the riverfront, but almost all the other developmental aspects that have been dovetailed into it would be of great use. I'll stop here. I'm sure my panelists will also contribute more on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I will, on behalf of MRDCL, I would like to start this panel discussion. Sir, Rajendra ji, आपके experience, you have a lot of experience. You have been working for last 50 years in this particular field of river rejuvenation. When we are planning for Musi rejuvenation, we have studied extensively about the floodplain and the pollution that is caused. And for 55 kilometers that is runs through Hyderabad, actually it was a lifeline. As you are well aware, every settlement happens on the banks of the rivers. That's how Hyderabad growth is. But at this point in time, after urbanization, definitely the developmental challenges are there. Then now this government has taken up as a flagship program to rejuvenate it, give that blue and green waters, green spaces for the better living of the citizens of Hyderabad. With your experience, can you please suggest us the plan you have seen? Just now I have taken you around our stall and what are the plans in place. With your experience, can you please suggest us if there is any improvement to be done, the way we are going forward, is it aligned with what exactly the rejuvenation is meant for? Thank you, sir.
The first of all, I congratulate to this young Telangana. Why? Because this state is really working on the light of Indian Constitution. The Indian Constitution, Section A40 and Section 51AG, the state to the lakes and ponds and rivers. This is the duty of the state, the protection of the lakes, ponds, river and forest. So this state is really on the right side. You know, the river have the three rights. One right is the land of the river. The land of the river you can't use of the industry or commercial complex. That land, the river land only for river. And this government done a very wonderful job. The river have the three type of the land. One is the blue zone, and second is the green zone, and third is the red zone. So they really marking the land of river. So this state is moving toward giving the right of the river to river. So I just congratulate on this line. And another thing, yesterday I meet to my friend Rajan, he showed the Hydra. And I visit, when I come and I go back to the visit on the side of the Hydra, I seen 3 ponds rejuvenation. That is also good work, because if you rejuvenate the river, so you decide the relation with the ponds and lake with the river. The river is flowing with the recharging of the water in the ponds and lakes and forests. So this is also good thing. So I am, why I am congratulate, first I tell you. And now I say something. I came from desert state of country, where the arid zone and semi-arid zone called Rajasthan. The 50 years before, when I resigned the government of India and moved to the field of ground, so that time people is displaced. Nobody, the young people living there. Just some old people living there, and they are the sick from the night blindness due to the malnutrition. So that time I am a doctor. Today I am not doctor. That time I am doctor because I am in the government of India. So I resigned and I moved to field. So I start the treatment. After the 9 months, lot of people cure. And one old man stand up and speak to me, "Oh Rajendra, what are you doing?" So I told, "You not seen anything before, now you can see in this world." He say, "But you know, when I see this world, my pains is increased." So I asked why? Because before, the all people of my village, they are putting the water in my pot. And when I see this all world, they can't put the water in my pot. So that time he is the 73-year-old. So he say, "I am going fetching, drinking water 10 kilometers far away, so you create my pains." So that time, I start the de-learning of the education of university. And I learn from my community. And I start the work is the water conservation. And due to that conservation, after 15 years, my river Arvari flowing perennial. That is the seasonal river. And dry and dead region. No recharge. The rains is not coming due to the heat waves and the climates, all climate disaster there. And they at that time, the singing the song, my old people, you listen. The clouds come every year, but we don't know the angerness of the clouds. And where go these clouds? Due to the heat waves, the barren land, due to the mining, that area is the barren. So when the angerness of the cloud is start, my son and the wife of the son moved to the city of Delhi. So you can understand what is the crisis that time. And why this disaster come? Because our technology and engineering, that technology and engineering not really with consciousness and concern equal to the need of the human being and nature. When we are using the technology without consciousness and concern, that technology creating disaster. So, my dear friend, now in last 50 years, change the song. The clouds come, now no angerness in the clouds. They are giving the rain to every year. And my son and the wife of the son returned to the home, and now they are doing agriculture. So, if your rejuvenation of the river Musi and you really respecting the right of the flow, the two right of the river, the one right of the land and second right of the flow. That flow, if your flow is not clean and continuous flow with freedom of river, so that creates some problem. So just I request you, first suggestion, your plan is very good. I welcoming your plan, but just bother about the clean and continuous flow with freedom in the river. Just the simple suggestion to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's really experienced suggestion. Would you like to respond on this, sir?
So what you have mentioned about here is clean and continuous. That's the real reason I was mentioning about, because of the nature's imbalances, the origin of the river, the stability of the river should be there all the time, and that's how we are trying to connect with the Godavari river basin. We are trying to lift the Godavari river. 3 TMC of the water will be lifted into this river so that the continuous flow of the river will be there. And coming to the cleaner, we have put about 50 STP packs. We shall be cleaning this river water all the time. So these are the two important aspects what she told. We are taking due cognizance of that. And times to come we would like to interact with you,
try to put the papers in front of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
I welcome this idea because if we are really bothered about the clean and continuous flow, that flow making a culture and the integration with nature. And this way you can create a green jobs and green infrastructure. The green job and green infrastructure is always moving to the sustainability. So the sustainability word come in India more than 1,000 years before. But now we can really move, as per the minister says, now due to the pressure of the population and different type of the commercial pressures from the river. So we can think in a new way, in an innovative way, what we can support to the flow of the river. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is to Mr. Spa. You have been working with government and you have been working on various areas, particularly the floodplains, how to control the floods and all. So, with your experience, how do we integrate the sponge box, floodplains, relays, and animal wetlands into the Musi river corridor?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, thank you very much. It's a very important question. And I would think that from whatever we have seen in your video, what you have taken up is an ambitious plan. Say compared to Sabarmati or Jaipur, it is 55-kilometer stretch. It's ambitious. But allow me to say that for me it's not ambitious enough. Because we are looking at 2047, you are looking at Hyderabad of 2047, and you are looking at a area of intervention or influence which is 110 square kilometers. Now, unfortunately, even if it was our lifeline, even if Hyderabad came up because of the river, we have converted the river into a drain. And when you intend, your intent is a drain, you will get a drain. Now, if you have this entire city has made the river its backward, it turned it back to the river. Now, if you do not change that, turning the cities back to the river, you will have a cleaner drain, you will have a bigger drain, but you will still continue to have a drain and not a river. And now that we are talking about 20, 25 years, we should be more ambitious because if Hyderabad cannot do, because Hyderabad is like 60% of economy of Telangana, no other city in any other state can do. So you have the opportunity and you should actually create the benchmark, true benchmark for India. Now I would think that you need to think about a larger influence area in which the city makes the river its front. And it cannot be done through a 100-meter strip of work or 300-meter or 1 kilometer. It has to be larger. Now, within that, then the question is what Rajendraji talked about, right of the river on the land. We have to give land back to the river. Now, 110 square kilometer, you have to give 80, 90 square kilometer back to the river. How do you give that? You have some elements of your design. I would suggest that we actually need to rethink Hyderabad regional plan and make it a spine for development. 2031 HMDA regional plan should be revised and make this a spine for development. Make it really, really the spine with selected high-rise, high-density area, say 30 square kilometer of high-density area, so that you can release 80 square kilometer of land to the river. And that will include the sponges, the wetlands, and the other ecosystem services that the river also needs. So high density development in very select areas, and I will give you an example. For example, we think Bombay is high density. It's not Bombay. So for example, Bombay's FAR is less than 2, 1.5. New York is 15. Floor area ratio permitted in New York is 15. Comparable cities, 88 lakh people in New York, 122 lakh people in BMC area. Comparable. FAR is too high. Building density, 5 times the building density in Mumbai. But New York has more than 20 times, 26 times open area compared to Delhi, Bombay. So I think this is the strategy you need to really think about, and within that mesh all the pollution management thing, which is for today, 50 STPs will work today. Maybe you need another 50 STPs, you will need constructed wetlands because your cost of operation will go up. So we need to actually think about your 40,000 crore capital investment also means that we need to cut down the maintenance cost to 2,000 crores, for which you will need wetlands. And also you have to have enough revenue every year, 3,000, 4,000 crore revenue has to be generated. And that will come through mixed, multi-functional development, not entertainment, not recreation only. So that would be my...
Yeah, thank you. Basically, what exactly goes back to what Ranjit was telling. Give the right to the river. Let the river live along with us. Then the river live our life. So that's the major thing. And how to also develop, you have been talking about that is also advantage. Coming to Srija Nair. So you have been working on climate and disaster risk, and you are an expert specialist. You have been suggesting various countries across Asia. When it comes to Musi, what exactly your thought on climate resilience and the climate mitigation? How and what kind of measures we need to factor compulsory when we are planning?
Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much. Actually, for Musi River, like us, it's like there is a buzzword like cure, pure, and rare. So actually, our focus is first to cure. So we need to focus more on cleaning the river and let the water to be pure first. Then cure it, and then we need to maintain it. So that is another thing we need to look into. And the last part is like we need to make it something which is rare, so that it should be sustained, not for this generation but also for the future. So here like I want to bring into the concept of risk sensitive planning. When we are doing the riverfront development, we should focus more on risk sensitive planning. It's a very interesting thing about Hydra, like it is taking care of both disaster management as well as asset both together. So that is one of the good approach towards risk reduction. Earlier it was like vigilance department which was taking care of the disaster management, and that is a good move. Like in the national scenario, like now we have a new disaster management bill. Like 2005 there was a Disaster Management Act, and now there's an amendment. The bill is now almost at the final stage and will soon be amended. So in that there is a mandate that every state or the corporation has to come up with the city level disaster management authorities, similar urban disaster management authorities, similar to the district disaster management authorities and state disaster management authorities, and it is mandatory to prepare the plans considering the geographical, environmental as well as the socio-economic factors. So it's all the three pillars should be given equal consideration while preparing the plan. So a river basin approach, a watershed based approach should be done while carrying out the vulnerability and risk assessment, especially to the floods. That is something which is to be considered. So that is my suggestion.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, it is a good suggestion. Basically, we have to look at the flood control and other things. Having said this, we have done extensive studies of flood considering last 100 years. But this is a question to Mr. Arjun and Mr. Siddharan also. Because you are an hydrology expert and you have done hydrology studies and also hydraulic studies. We have extensively studied with the help of consultants and also the National Institute of Hydrology. Actually, this question also relates to what Dr. Sriya was mentioning. So when it comes to the flooding and flood control measures, see, as Revanth was mentioning, the river was free when we have not obstructed that. We cannot bring it back to that stage, but in the given situation, what are your ideas and what are your suggestions? How to make Musi as a free-flowing river again? Can you please elaborate on this?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And first of all, I congratulate this government for coming up with such a courageous and such a beautiful idea of rejuvenating a river. I would like to add on to what Dr. Srija was saying about the risk-informed flood mitigation measures. And see, we all who all are sitting here, you have been witnessing the latest torrential rains. For example, in September 2025, you had a huge rain and it almost flooded the entire city. That's one thing. It's not just one single event. Look at the 2000 August flood, where you had a recorded 124-hour rainfall of 250 millimeter in a day in Hyderabad. In IMD station it was recorded. Go for 2016 flood or 2013, 2023. Every year, this intensity of the rainfall is increasing. The duration is getting narrower. So probably the rainfall that is happening over a complete month is the same. Or probably the rainfall that is happening over a year can be the same. However, the torrential rain, the duration and frequency is been changing. That is what is happening in Hyderabad as we talk about the climatic change and things. Only out of these torrential rains which has actually flooded Hyderabad, only one flooding can be tied directly to a Bay of Bengal deep depression that occurred in 2016. So there are 3 points that is actually preparing, having giving constraints. One is exactly as she said, we have lost the river which was there. So the area, the water carrying capacity of the river has come down. Along with that, the duration of the rain has come down, but the amount of rain which is happening has been increased. The third one is a compound effect, where you have torrential rain, you have high water lines in dams, and you have high water in river. When in such a condition, you don't need a huge rainfall of around 240 mm per day. You need like 50 mm, 100 mm rain is enough when you have a higher water levels in Musi. That can create a havoc in the city. So what we usually do to address the flood, in engineers, I know that a lot of engineers are sitting here. We always go ahead and design for a particular return period. So then when people like ADB, people ask, like, you have to put in climate change into it, what is usually you do? You say, okay, you're designing for 10-year return period, go for 25-year return period. Simple. Or just add 10%, 20% addition to the existing IDF curves. Is it scientifically correct or statistically correct? No. It's just to add on to whatever the financial agency or whoever is financing, just have to impress them with just adding a kind of thing. So I would like to suggest something called, what do you call it, a statistically or probabilistic method to address this particular flooding event. How it's been done in other part of the world. See, now as I said, you have a single 1 in 100 year or one particular return period. And what you say is you have 1 in 25 return period, wherever it's flooding, you don't make anything. 1 in 100 year return period, don't make anything. Instead of that, we have constraint of the space, we have constraint of the area. Why don't we think about something different, which is being practiced in elsewhere in the country? So see, we have a lot of numerical methods like probabilistic method of analyzing data, right? So right now what we are doing is we are planning for using the yesteryear's climate. We are planning the future infrastructure using yesteryear climate. However, the climate is changing. You have torrential rains are changing. The amount of flood or the rain which is happening is changing. At the same time, the city is developing. Your nalas are coming narrower, your rivers are coming narrower. So instead of going for a single value, go for say, a Monte Carlo approximation, so that you don't know what exactly is going to be. This can be a trend, that the warmer temperature can be increasing the torrential rains. It might be bringing in more water. It can change the other way as well. We are not so sure. See, in 2024, we had a cyclone Asna. That cyclone originated in desert. Cyclones are not supposed to be originating in desert. In such an uncertain conditions, we should go for something like a probabilistic approach for having a range of values for projections, which will give you a realistic, more probably robust, probably practical, viable, economically viable solution to address the flood issues or inundation issues. And again, as I said, the compound effect of different parameters, a moderate rain plus a moderate water level in Musi can create havoc in the city because of the constraints. So whenever the green, blue infrastructure that is being proposed for the Musi, you should look into the issues that has been already prevailing in the city. A city especially was grown around Musi River. So this compound effects has to be studied, has to be hydrologically analyzed, has to be identified and come up with a protocol instead of just making embankments and then creating a 50-meter buffer. Use this probabilistic approach and you give weightage to the infrastructure, give weightage to the socio-political, economical, natural vulnerability, and then decide where to give green buffers or blue buffers instead of just making a buffer all around the city. You don't need that. You do have low-lying areas, use that as a buffer. Create a playground there, create a football ground there, have a flood, let it flood. It's not going to make a lot of environmental or economical impacts. Let it flood. Let that be a recharging thing. Just like a lake, if you're not able to connect the excess water that is coming in Musi River, connect it to a football ground, make a football ground or a park in a low-lying area where the probability of flooding can be less than or higher than 4%, like more than 25-year return period flood.
Yeah,
Use that
understood.
as a buffer.
Yeah. So, in order to mitigate the floods, try to understand the hydrology, the drainage pattern, and the drainage pattern particularly in the cities. It is nalas, address nalas, and how to take care of the low-lying areas you have been telling. That's actually exactly the part of our planning. So not only that, but how to treat the sewage that has been coming for so long. So that is also taken into consideration, and the plan includes. Coming to Miss Alex, you have heard all other panelists. So with their experience and with your experience having worked in ADB for over 25 years, so how you define Musi, and thanks that ADB is now also partnering with us and you will be guiding us in making our DPR perfect and then getting into the execution. When it comes to the water management, flood management, the nature-based solutions, and also how to connect to the people. This is also very, very important. So what is your thought into that? And can you please give your thought?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us to this panel. This is a great honor for us to be here. The Musi River is deeply embedded in the history and the identity of Hyderabad, as we could see during this fantastic movie that was shown at the beginning. So the Musi River has accompanied the city through decades of remarkable economic and spatial transformation. However, this comes with challenges that need to be addressed. Indeed, as the city has expanded, the river has gradually taken on multiple challenges, and we have extensively discussed about this, such as receiving wastewater, stormwater, solid waste also that is going into the river. All this is placing increasing pressure on its natural capacity to function as a healthy river system. Also, the development along the floodplains and evolving hydrological patterns, as we discussed also, have also altered the river's natural behavior, leading to higher flood risks in some areas. Water quality challenges affect environmental conditions and public health and well-being. These pressures are widely recognized, and most importantly, they point to a clear opportunity. With sustained investment and coordinated action, the river systems such as Musi River can be restored as a resilient and productive urban river. So in terms of opportunity, last June, ADB President, Mr. Masato Kanda, after meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, announced that ADB will invest up to $10 billion over the next 5 years to transform urban infrastructure and support India's growing cities under the Urban Challenge Fund, designed to catalyze innovative, performance-oriented, and private capital leveraging urban investment. These blue-green infrastructures that we are talking about today, such as proposed in the Musi River Rejuvenation Initiative, combining environmental restoration with economic productivity and high-quality public space, is exactly the type of transformative, result-driven project that the Urban Challenge Fund seeks to support. Blue-green transformation is most effective, as we discussed also, when it's planned through an integrated water resources management approach, which looks at the entire river basin as one interconnected system. And very important, and this relates to your question, at the center of this project are people and communities. Strong community consultation, participation, and local stewardship are essential for long-term sustainability. This means ensuring that communities along the river benefit directly from the improved environmental quality, safer public spaces, better access to services, and enhanced economic opportunities. Riverfront development also opens pathway for new livelihoods and green jobs in waste management, for example, ecosystem restoration, riverfront development. Ecotourism is also an important part, urban agriculture, and the development of small enterprises. Another important aspect is women participation, youth engagement, and community-based monitoring that will be also important drivers for lasting successes. Now, coming back to ADB's international experience and what we bring actually as our international expertise, ADB and World Bank's 100 City program in India demonstrates how blue-green infrastructure can move from concept to city-wide systems, strengthening drainage, water supply, and urban resilience simultaneously. Another example outside India is that is particularly relevant for river rejuvenation and ecological restoration is the ADB's long-term engagement for integrated river basin management in China, in the Yangtze River Economic Belt, and in the Yellow River Ecological Corridor. Just to give a quick word about the Yangtze River, you have Shanghai at the downstream of the river, and of course, all the development of Shanghai is taken into account, and there is everything that Shanghai can do to clean the river on its own territory. However, if it's not allied with complete integrated river basin management, it's a very difficult challenge. So this is what ADB has actually provided. Since 2014, ADB has supported around $3 billion in ecological restoration investment in these river basins, benefiting more than 70 million people. These projects integrate wastewater control, wetland restoration, green urban development, and also a concept that is called payment for ecosystem services, which provides sustained financial incentive for upstream watershed protection and ecological flow maintenance. Another example is in the Philippines, where ADB has its own headquarters. ADB is revitalizing the Pasig River that is passing through Manila with integrated policy, planning, digital technology, and cross-sectoral investments. So this is in support of the Pasig River Urban Development Authorities and in support of their priorities, which are the water system rehabilitation, transportation, recreation, mixed-use development, tourism, and sustainable human settlements. So to conclude, this Musi Riverfront Development Project has the potential to become one of India's most compelling examples of how cities can align economic dynamism with environmental restoration and social progress. This is not only about reviving a river, it's about shaping Hyderabad and more largely river cities' future around resilience, quality of life, and sustainability. And with the combined momentum of state leadership, national initiatives such as the Urban Challenge Fund, and long-term partnership with institutions such as ADB, the Musi River program can be structured as a scalable, financially sustainable, and climate-resilient investment platform that can serve as a national and regional model for blue-green urban transformation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alex. As you said, Musi Rejuvenation is not a project. It is shaping of the Hyderabad ecosystem for better living standards, social aspects, and giving the blue and green environment to the citizens of Hyderabad. Very good thought into that. Last question to Rajendra ji. आपने बहुत सारे रिवर्स रिजुवेनेशन वहाँ पर राजस्थान में करी. अब आप इससे पहले आंध्र प्रदेश जब था आप एडवाइज़र भी थे अपने रिवर रिजुवेनेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स पे, मूसी पे. जब भी आपके जो भी थॉट प्रोसेस है वो अपने को बताया था. एंड नाउ कमिंग टू दिस particular rejuvenation project taken up by Telangana government at this point in time. As everybody pointed out, we have considered every aspect, the hydrology, the floods, given shrinking of the river bed, some points in some areas. And we are trying to also give the hydraulics and the cross section so that the river should not be obstructed anyway. At the same point in time, we are also thinking, not only thinking, but we have mandated that 50 meters on each side of the river will be kept as buffer zone. We will not allow any kind of development in that. And after 50 to 100 meters, this is also again a restricted development area. So as per the CWC guidelines also, it is mandated that we have to look into the regulated development within 50 meters to 100 meters. That is also being taken care. As rightly pointed out by Alex, we have to win over the people also, who are the main stakeholders. And at the same time, what Tapas and others were mentioning about the economy to be thriving and not investing much into that, how to leverage the resources what we have and take it forward. All these are considered. And now we are at a stage that finalizing the DPR, actually draft DPR already done. Only one aspect that is coming into our mind is that how to get over or how to win over the environmental challenges that are coming now, the cloud bursts and other things. सो ये एक अपने मन में चलता है। जब भी अपन प्लान करता है रीडेवलपमेंट के लिए, rejuvenation of any of the river, we take 100 years data. But the rains that happened over the 100 years are not similar now. So in the given situation, आप पुणे पे भी एक मूसी का पुणे पे भी एक रिवर का रिजुवनेशन, हाँ, वो रिवर पे आप काम कर रहा है, वो भी एक अर्बन प्लेस है। We have studied extensively. Our team has been sent to South Korea, Japan, and various other countries to study how the development happened there. Of course, we have brought in all the factors into this. But Indian context में आपका एक सूचना अपने को देना है. You want to give a final advice to us. What is that we should keep in our mind to take this forward?
Very good. This question is really very much near of my heart. क्यों? क्योंकि मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पहले अपना अनुभव शेयर करता हूँ, फिर उनके सीधे सवाल पे आता हूँ। जब हमारी नदी सूख गई थी तो लोग उजड़ के शहर चले गए थे और वो जो प्रेशर था गांव का वो शहरों पर बढ़ने लगा था और शहरों में केवल नदियों के किनारे ही खाली जगह मिलती है। तो उन्हीं गांव के लोगों ने आके नदी की बैंक पर दोनों साइड में जो फ्लड प्लेन था एनक्रोचमेंट किया और फिर जब उनके गांव में पानी वापस आ गया, पानी तो ऐसे ही नहीं आता, पानी को लाने के लिए टाइम लगता है। यू कैन चेंज मेक द हिस्ट्री सम आवर्स, बिटवीन सम आवर्स, but if you are making change in the geography, taking years and years. So मुझे तो 10-12 साल लगे जब मेरी पहली नदी अरवरी पेरेनियल हुई और मैंने देखा कि दिल्ली, बम्बई, अहमदाबाद सब जगह से लोग वापस आके अपनी ज़मीन पर खेती करने लगे। तो वो जो एक बड़ा चेंज था, उस चेंज ने मेरी ऊर्जा बहुत बढ़ा दी। और मुझे लगा यार मैंने तो कभी ऐसा सोचा ही नहीं था कि ये रिवर्स माइग्रेशन हो जाएगा और लोग वहाँ से अपनी ज़मीन पर आकर खेती करने लगेंगे। तो एक तो ये है कि ये जो नदी है ना, ये केवल फ्लो नहीं है, नदी ये रियली बेस ऑफ योर कल्चर, सिविलाइजेशन एंड नेचर इंटीग्रेशन। नेचर, कल्चर and civilization integration name is the river. तो जब आप अपने समाज को अपनी नदी के साथ जोड़ देते हैं तो सर आपका काम आसान हो जाता है। तो फिर क्या हुआ, जब हमारी नदी बहने लगी तो लड़के वापस आए और इन लड़कों ने सबने गन्ना बोना शुरू कर दिया। तो मैंने कहा यार राजस्थान में गन्ना थोड़ा ही हो सकता है, तो 1 साल में 2 साल में दोबारा सूख जाएगी। अच्छा, हमारे लड़कों की शादी नहीं होती थी तब पहले क्योंकि पानी नहीं था, तो जब नदी में पानी आया और ये लड़के वापस लौट के आए, इन सब की शादी होने लगी, इनकी सब की नई बहुएं आ गई। तो ये लड़के तो मेरी बात सुने नहीं क्योंकि उनको तो गन्ना मिल गया था, गाड़ी में भर के शहर में बेचने जाने लगे थे। मैंने इनकी सारी बहुओं को बुलाया और बुला के कहा कि देखो, यदि ये गन्ना बोएंगे तो फिर ये गांव उजड़ेंगे और यदि गन्ना बोना बंद करोगे तो तुम दोनों पति पत्नी यहाँ गांव में रह सकोगे सब। इन औरतों को समझ में आ गया। रियली आई कैन से द इंडियन वुमन इज ऑलवेज साइलेंट एंड बिहाइंड ऑफ द मैन, बट यू नो शी इज रियली डीप कंसर्न विद नेचर एंड शी हैव द कैरेक्टर ऑफ द नरिशमेंट ऑफ नेचर एंड ह्यूमन बीइंग। इन औरतों ने कहा तो फिर क्या करें? तो मैंने कहा कि यार देखो, इन पतियों को समझाओ कि ये गन्ना वन्ना नहीं बोए, ये इलाका गन्ने का नहीं है। तो इन्होंने कहना शुरू किया, पर पति कहाँ सुने। तो फिर मैंने कहा इन औरतों से कि इन पतियों को कह दो कि यदि तुम गन्ना बोओगे तो मैं तुम्हारे साथ नहीं रहूंगी। मेरी हिंदी आपको समझ में नहीं आ रही है, पर ये दिल की बात तो मैं अपनी दिली भाषा में ही कह सकता हूँ। सर, दैट इज द बिग चेंज। इन लड़कों ने अपना क्रॉप पैटर्न को रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक करना शुरू किया और फिर हमने पूरी रिवर की एक रिवर पार्लियामेंट बना दी, जहाँ से नदी शुरू हुई थी और जहाँ नदी मिलके दूसरे उसमें जाती थी। वो जो रिवर पार्लियामेंट है उसने हमारे क्रॉप पैटर्न को हमारे रेन पैटर्न के साथ लिंक कर दिया, इसलिए आज मेरी नदी बह रही है। नहीं तो कोई नदी 50 साल कॉन्टिन्यूस बहेगी क्या? जिस तरह का डिस्चार्ज बढ़ रहा है और रिचार्ज घट रहा है, हमेशा हर जगह खेती करना चाहते हैं। तो मुझे बस एक ही छोटा सा सुझाव आपको देना है कि आप जो रिवर रिजुनेशन का काम कर रहे हैं, इसमें मैनेजमेंट की दृष्टि से, गवर्नेंस की दृष्टि से, टेक्नोलॉजी की दृष्टि से आप मुझसे ज़्यादा अच्छा जानते हैं और इन सब लोगों को मिला के आप अच्छा ही करेंगे। पर मैं एक चीज़ कह रहा हूँ जो आप नहीं जानते, वो ये है,
वो तो इम्पोर्टेंट है।
वो ये है कि हमारी मूसी नदी के जो लोग हैं उनके दिल में ये नदी कैसे बहने लगे। जिस दिन मूसी के लोगों के मन में आप उनकी नदी को बहाने लगेंगे, उस दिन जो नदी है वो फिर कभी सूखेगी नहीं और कभी मरेगी नहीं। वो नदी पेरेनियल होकर बहती रहेगी।
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, as you said, people at the center, people are very, very important. We are trying to make them the main partners into the development. That is how it is entirely planned. आपका जो सुझाव है हमें पूरा मंजूर है, वही सुझाव के साथ हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. With this, I thank the moderator Parthsarthi, Professor Parthsarthi, and all the panelists for their insightful thoughts and perspectives. So with what I came to understand while sitting in the seat as Managing Director of the Musi Riverfront Development, my task is to balance everything, particularly the ecological restoration, scientific understanding, and strong governance. So with that, and the most and very important aspect is community participation, as highlighted by Rajendra ji and every one of you and Alex, the inclusivity of every section, the women, the youth and everyone. The river front actually is going to be the activity-based development, and keeping in mind of the Gen Z and Gen Alpha. So we have to keep them in mind, as what we have been seeing across the world, how the Gen Z is proactively participating. We will also make them participate in this. That is the inclusivity we are looking at. This, with all these things, we are thinking that Hyderabad is definitely will become a vibrant, resilient city with a resilient river system. So we want to flow with the development, should flow with the river. That's what is a thought, and with this thought, and I once again thank all the participants here for participating, and the panelists for giving your inputs for making this a beautiful riverfront development and rejuvenation of Musi. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed a very informative segment right there, and I'm sure everybody absorbed a lot of information, details, and indeed we are looking forward to the blue-green Telangana. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I request Shri E.V. Narasimha Reddy, IAS Managing Director, MRDCL, to kindly please present mementos to our esteemed panelists here on stage. request Ms. Alexia Michels to please step forward to receive the felicitation. I request Mr. Tapas Paul to please step forward. I request Ms. Srija S. Nair to please step forward. I request Mr. Arjun Shashidharan to please step forward. And our moderator for this session, Dr. Parthasarthi Rangarajan, to kindly please step forward. We can now have a group photo opportunity. I request everybody to please step forward for a group photo opportunity. Yes, I request some members to please join in. Yes, MR, EC and team, I request you to please join in. So this was the Musi Regeneration and Blue-Green Infrastructure in Hyderabad. What an interactive and I should say wonderful, interesting panel discussion that has been. Thank you so much to all our esteemed panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we move forward to lunch. I request you to kindly please reconvene. Please come back by 2:15 for our next session, which is Building Telangana's Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Ease of Doing Business 2.0. So I request you to kindly please come back, reconvene by 2:15. It's time now for lunch. We'll be waiting for you right here. 2:15 we begin with our next session, which is Building Telangana's Entrepreneurship Ecosystem and Ease of Doing Business. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning to everyone. आज ये
later in the day, precisely at 6 o'clock, and I have been involved in
Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning to everyone. आज ये स्पोर्ट्स का है तो एनकरेजमेंट तो चाहिए ना. Good morning. Thank you. ये अंग्रेजी में लिखा हुआ है, इसमें रख लेता हूँ. मैं 2 मिनट आपसे बात करता हूँ, सिर्फ 2 मिनट. सर तो बोले थे हमारे जयसूर्य सर ने, मैं पुराना प्लेयर हूँ. अरे जब मंच के ऊपर हनुमान जी बैठा हुआ है, 1 2 3 4, उनके सामने हम छोटे छोटे बंदर हैं. वो देश के लिए खेले, तो एक मंच आपके पास